Well, good afternoon, everyone, and it's 4 o'clock. We'll start the council meeting now. I'll call the meeting to order, and just before we work through our agenda, I would very much like to welcome Saidat to sing the national anthem. Saidat is, I think, a personality here in London that really needs no introduction. She's a motivational speaker, she's a singer, she's an entertainer, and a world changer. And her mission is to inspire, motivate, and empower young individuals in our community. So, Saidat, thanks so much for joining us. If you could come on up to the podium and lead us in the national anthem, we'd very much appreciate it. Thanks for being here today.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all the sun's command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true North strong and free. From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Well, thank you so much, Saidat, for being here, and come back to council chambers anytime. There are times when I try to sing along. This was not one of those times. That was absolutely incredible. I'd like to now look to any member who'd like to disclose a pecuniary interest. Councillor Turner, Councillor Park.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to disclose on the Community and Protective Services, number 11 on the business licensing bylaw, on cap 17 on the Thames Valley Parkway, just with respect to a correspondence from my employer to that effect, and the 18th report of SPPC and the community grants. That was an information report, but my wife is an employee at one of the agencies that's a recipient of the funding.
Thank you, Councillor Turner. Councillor Park.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I declare a pecuniary conflict of interest on the Community Protective Services. Item number 3, property standards related demolitions as I own a neighboring property.
Okay. And colleagues, any others? I'm not sure if I saw any. Deputy Mayor Hubert? Okay. We'll get to that in just a moment. Why don't we deal with added reports, and then we'll move to change of order? Okay. So you want to do the change of order now? Okay, we don't have a recognition, colleagues. I know that the agenda indicated that we do. So few of the people that we were going to invite in to recognize are busy, I think, with their summer vacations. So many of the people and so few are available, so what we'll do is reschedule that recognition. And so what we'll do then is move then to Deputy Mayor Hubert's request to change the order.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to request, and I know the clerk's office has a motion, that we change the orders to deal with item 21 on the 9th report of the Community Protective Services pertaining to the World Junior Ice Hockey Championship, given that the General Manager of Tourism London is here, along with his chair and with Cheryl Finn. So if we could deal with that at the outset so that they don't have to hang out throughout our in-camera session.
So motion is up on screen. Moved by Deputy Mayor Hubert, second by Councillor Usher. Any discussion? Let's call the question. We're voting.
Closing the vote, and the motion carries 13-0.
So I'll look for Councillor Ridley then, if you would present just this one clause from your report.
Thank you. The Community and Protective Services Committee received an added report and a request from Tourism London for a donation out of the local Economic Development Reserve Fund in order to support their bid for the World Junior Hockey Championships for 2019. It's important to note that this request is subject to winning the bid, and I can tell you that this request was wholeheartedly supported at the committee level.
Great, that'll come up on screen momentarily, so you can move it. Any speakers to this incredible opportunity? Councillor Squire.
On instructions from my wife, through you, Mr. Chair, I was told that I should mention what a great city Windsor is. We spend a lot of time there as a family. We've been there several times, and I just wanted to mention that they won back-to-back Memorial Cup championships, the Windsor Spitfires. It's a great hockey town, and we should be proud to partner with them in this bid. So I didn't want this to go by, this wonderful opportunity, without recognizing the City of Windsor, who is providing me with no funds for this endorsement.
Mr. Mayor?
I can confirm that we had a great discussion about this at committee. It really is, as Councillor Squire said, an incredible opportunity, not just for London, not just for Windsor, but for the entire southwestern Ontario. And there's an investment here, certainly, but it's an investment I think that we'll make and we'll look back on, and we'll be very glad that we did. We are a sports city, there's no question about that, and one of the things that we bring forward when we bring premier sporting events like this to our community is an absolute army of volunteers. And I know that that the work that Tourism London does, the work that the volunteer groups do to make sure that these events go off without a hitch, that make sure that we put our best foot forward. This will be the same kind of event, and it'll be something we'll look back on and we'll be very proud. I've had an opportunity also to discuss on a number of times this event with the mayor in Windsor, and he's equally excited about this. I know that a funding request will go through his council later this month. They're very much looking forward to this partnership, and they're very much looking forward to working with London to make sure that we really showcase southwestern Ontario, we showcase Windsor, we showcase London as best as we possibly can. And so thanks very much to the chair for bringing this forward, and I'm going to be very happy to support this motion, and I'm going to look forward to, I believe it's Boxing Day 2018, which is when the first puck drops, so we can all look forward to that as well, should we be successful in this bid. And gosh darn it, why wouldn't we be?
Councillor.
That's me, right? That's you. Okay, just want to make sure it doesn't. I just want to add my penny to this, because I also am very anxious and very excited about this. But really the only thing I want to bring up, in addition to what is said, is specifically for the audience listening at home, is the fact that the way I understand is that we're not spending any money unless we get the games, unless we get the permission to do the games. That's what this money is for. After that, then we spend the money. So I wanted to make that clear, that it's not tomorrow we start spending in an effort to get the game. It's after we make all that effort, we get the game, then this money is for that purpose. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And congratulations to the people who have originated this and those who will be putting it forward.
Thank you. Councillor Turner, Deputy Mayor Hubert.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a quick question following off Councillor Usher's question there, or statement, I suppose. Is there a cost associated with actually putting forward the bid prior to that being awarded? I suppose that may have been vetted in committee, but I don't see anything.
Certainly. So the cost is $500,000, and the source of financing, and that's if we get the bid. Sorry, the question was if we get the bid or to prepare the bid. I would defer that to
I
somebody.
believe it's in the range of $5,000 to prepare the bid. We'll be passing the hat in a moment. Yeah. Deputy Mayor Hubert.
Well, thank you. Obviously, I'll be supporting this, but I wanted to ask Councillor Usher if he grew up playing hockey in Belize, if there was a rink there, or did they just do it on roller skates?
We did it in the ocean.
Actually, scuba hockey is actually a thing, so just so you know. Anyhow, this is an outstanding opportunity for our city. And I have to say one thing. Each time we do these sorts of events, we raise the bar yet again. And the team at Tourism London as a whole has started really probably 15 years ago with the Canada Games, and it just keeps raising the bar. And the interesting thing is various sporting organizations are not waiting for us to come to them and ask. They're coming to London to ask us to consider putting the bid in. So this is not just an opportunity, it's also an honor to be asked to put it in.
Any other speakers? Okay, with that, we'll call the question. We're voting.
Closing the vote and the motion carries 13-0.
Thanks very much, Chair. Thanks to Tourism London. Let's go get those games. Excellent. So we'll now move to a second, I believe, change in order to deal with a matter. I'll ask Deputy Mayor Hubert to review that, if you could, please.
I will. Pursuant to Section 6.4 of the Council Procedure Bylaw, an order of business to be changed, that's better, to permit consideration of Stage 7 emergent motions immediately following Stage 3 review of confidential matters to be considered in public. Long and short, we're moving emergent matters up in the order of business.
Okay, that comes up on screen now. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Hubert. Thank you, Councillor Armstrong. Any discussion? Okay, let's call the question. We're voting.
Closing the vote and the motion carries 13-0.
Okay, the next motion is that pursuant to Section 20.2 of the Council Procedure Bylaw, leave be given for the introduction of an emergent motion to provide for the consideration of an additional confidential matter to be considered during Stage 4 Council in closed session, as the matter is time sensitive.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Hubert. That'll come up on screen again in one moment. It's up on screen, Deputy Mayor. Thank you. And if there's no discussion, I'm going to call the question. We're voting.
Closing the vote and the motion carries 13-0.
Okay, that was the easy part. The following motion, that council rise and go into council in closed session for the purpose of considering the following. A matter pertaining to instructions and directions to officers and employees of the corporation pertaining to a proposed acquisition and or disposition of land, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, reports or advice or recommendations of officers and employees of the corporation pertaining to a proposed acquisition and or disposition of land, commercial and financial information supplied in confidence pertaining to the proposed acquisition or disposition, the disclosure of which could reasonably be expected to prejudice significantly a competitive position or interfere significantly with the contractual or other negotiations of the corporation, result in similar information no longer being supplied to the corporation, where it is in the public interest that a similar information continue to be so supplied, and result in undue loss or gain to any person, group, committee, or financial institution or agency, commercial information relating to the proposed acquisition and/or disposition that belongs to the corporation, that has monetary value or potential monetary value, information concerning the proposed acquisition and/or disposition, whose disclosure could reasonably be expected to prejudice the economic interests of the corporation or its competitive position, information concerning the proposed acquisition and/or disposition, whose disclosure could reasonably be expected to be injurious to the financial interests of the corporation, and instructions to be applied to any negotiation carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the corporation concerning the proposed acquisition and/or disposition. I'll move that.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Hubert.
Smart Al.
Okay, any discussion, colleagues? Let's call the question. We're voting.
Closing the motion carries 13-0.
Councillor Morgan.
Well, on the same theme, I'd like to make a motion for leave that pursuant to Section 20 of the Municipal Council bylaw, our procedure bylaw, leave be given for the introduction of an emergent motion to receive notice from Councillor Jared Zafman of withdrawal of his request for Municipal Council support and approval to put his name forward for election for to the Association of Municipalities of Ontario Board of Directors, Large Urban Caucus, for the 2016 to 2018 term.
And so that'll come up momentarily. We'll be voting on leave first. Okay, that's up. We'll get that moved by Councillor Morgan, thank you, and seconded by Councillor Helmer. Let's call the question.
Closing the vote and the motion carries 13-0.
So the motion I'd like to put forward is that Councillor Jared Zafman's attached notice, and the notice has been distributed, of withdrawal of his request for Municipal Council support and approval to put his name forward for election to the Association of Municipalities of Ontario Board of Directors, Large Urban Caucus for the 2016 to 2018 term be accepted. And once we have a mover and a seconder, I'd like to make a few words.
So we'll get that opened up. It's been moved by Councillor Morgan, seconded by Councillor Helmer. Over to you, Councillor Morgan.
So, out of respect for Councillor Zafman, I would like to read his letter because there's two important things in here. One, the reason why we're dealing with this today, and two, the reasons for it. And I think, after I read this, I'll just say a couple things. He said, reference is made to my letter of May 13, 2016, requesting the support and approval of Council to put my name forward for election to AMO's Board of Directors, Large Urban Caucus for the 2016 to 2018 term. I'm respectfully withdrawing my request for the support and approval due to ongoing health challenges. I am hopeful that in the near future I will be able to put my name forward to participate on AMO task forces and would encourage other councillors to put their names forward as well. I apologize for the lateness of this request. However, I was hopeful that I would be able to continue to put my name forward for election. However, it has become apparent that I am unable to fulfill this commitment at this time. Thank you for consideration on this matter. Councillor Jared Zafman, Ward 14. I just want to say, I know that I echo not only my colleagues, but many members of the community who want to wish Councillor Zafman a speedy recovery to the concussion that he sustained some time ago. and again, applaud him in his effort to try to serve on these external bodies. He's been a valuable contributor, not only to this council, but to the external organizations that he served on, and his encouragement of other councillors to put their names forward for the task forces, I think, is a call that we can all take up. Certainly he's a strong supporter of our image outside of the city, and the speedier his recovery is, I think the better off this council and the city will be. So it's with reluctance that I need to put the motion forward on his behalf, but we do wish him all the best.
Thank you, Councillor Morgan. Any other speakers? Councillor Armstrong?
Thank you, Your Worship. I too want to wish Councillor Zaveman a speedy recovery. Obviously, a concussion is nothing to be, is something to be very concerned about, and I certainly appreciate that he's using good judgment here in that taking some time to recoup and regroup, and I'm sure he'll be back in the game very shortly. So we'll all look forward to him being back on council. And Your Worship, I just also wanted to ask what the timelines are, because I know last time with Canadian Federation we missed out on an opportunity, or we sort of it was a difficult situation because of the time. Shortness of time, a few days for our substitute to get in there, and we weren't successful in that situation, so I'm just wondering what the timelines are here.
Well, of course, AMO is just in a few short weeks, and it's my understanding that we're not able to run a candidate from the floor, and so as Councillor Zaveman quite rightly withdraws his name, we won't have a candidate in the race.
Can we still put a candidate in if we had a candidate?
No, I don't believe that we can. We looked into that as quickly as we could, and it looks like at this time we can't run a candidate. Go ahead.
Thank you. And Mr. Chair, I want to take this opportunity to rise and remind this council that I do sit on an AMO task force, and Councillor Zaveman has indicated his interest and encourages colleagues to continue to do that where there is no time limit. There are still many opportunities for councillors from the City of London to participate at AMO.
I see one other speaker, Councillor Usher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe that even if the nomination is closed, if someone wants to run from the floor, they could still do that, and if this council chooses to endorse someone, they could still do that. I just wanted to say that. And in addition to that, I just wanted to know that both Councillor Zaveman and myself will be serving on standing committees for FCM. We've both been accepted.
And thank you again for the work that you do at the FCM level. And I can confirm, Councillor Usher, that we're not able to run a candidate from the floor. And so our civic administration has been in touch with the AMO officials to determine that before this meeting. And it's simply just not the case. And I think what I might say also just before I call the question, and I'll speak from the chair if that's right with you colleagues, is that I know we all wish Councillor Zaveman well. I know that we all understand his need to rest. And to recover. And the only thing that I don't accept in the letter is his apology, because the absolute right thing to do in a situation like this is to take that break and to recuperate and then to come back when he's entirely ready. And I know that there's a temptation to push, and he's doing the responsible thing by not doing that and by taking the time that he requires. So I, for one, don't accept his apology, but I certainly, with reluctance, accept that this is something that he won't be able to run for. There's no one that's going to be more disappointed than Councillor Zaveman himself. Thank you. With that, colleagues, I'll call the question.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 13-0.
Okay, and we'll now move on to reviewing the confidential matters to be considered in public. There are none, and let's now look for a motion to go into closed session for the reasons outlined on the added agenda, and also the reasons that were just articulated earlier in the meeting. I'll look to you, Clerk Saunders, if you could just summarize anything that needs to be summarized so we have it on the record.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There are some additional reasons as a result of a Corporate Services Committee meeting that was held today, and that is a matter pertaining to advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose relating to the Ombudsman's investigation. And as a result of yesterday's SPPC meeting, there is an additional reason, a matter pertaining to personal matters, including information regarding an identifiable individual, including a municipal employee with respect to employment-related matters, advice or recommendations of officers and employees of the corporation, including communications necessary for that purpose, and for the purpose of providing instructions and directions to officers and employees of the corporation, in a matter pertaining to litigation or potential litigation with respect to an application for hearing by London Police Services Board to the Ontario Civilian Police Commission arising out of the 2016 to 2019 multi-year budget process, and advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, and for the purpose of providing instructions and directions to officers and employees of the corporation with respect to an application for hearing by London Police Services Board to the Ontario Civilian Police Commission arising out of the 2016 to 2019 multi-year budget process, and all of the reasons that were published on the council agenda.
Thanks very much, Clerk Saunders, for that. We have a motion that's been moved and seconded. If there's no discussion, I'll call the question. We're voting.
Closing the vote, and the motion carries 13-0.
Colleagues, it's 4:30 now. I think we can expect to go in camera for approximately 1 hour. So at 5:30, the public should expect us to come back out into public session. If we're not through all the matters that we need to deal with, then we can go back in at the tail end of the meeting as well. So I'll meet you all in the committee room. Thank you. Okay, colleagues, 5:35, and for the public watching at home, we will be back in camera for a period of time once we work our way through the agenda. I intend to work our way through the agenda to 6:30, take a 45-minute break for dinner, and then we'll return after that, continue on with the public agenda if we need to, go in camera, come up for bylaws, and that will be that for the meeting. Just as we work our way into the agenda items, I want to just hit pause for a moment because it's kind of a special day here in council chambers, and this day only comes once for one of our longtime serving staff members, and I'd like to hand things over to Mr. Zudema to just outline exactly what that means.
Well, thank you very much, Mayor Brown, and good evening, members of council through the chair. As the mayor notes, there are various what I'd call milestone events in our lives, and tonight happens to be an extremely large milestone for our city solicitor and our colleague Jim Barber. And tonight is in fact Jim's last City of London Council meeting, and soon, in the not too distant future, Jim will formally retire from his position with the city. So today at the senior leadership team meeting, we had an opportunity to reflect on Jim's time at the city. We had an opportunity to share some stories and comment on Jim's various contributions and the impact he has had on all of our work. Jim began working at the city as a litigator on November 17, 1986, and I won't ask where you all were at that time. And this evening we have an opportunity to pay tribute for his many years of service to the corporation of the city and to the London community as a whole. Jim is a low-key guy. He's a class act kind of person. He always has a twinkle in his eye and often a grin on his face. He has worked tirelessly providing the city with legal advice, service, guidance, leadership, and he's done all of that with sensitivity, charm, insight, and a great sense of humor. And so I want to just thank him, but before I do, I would respectfully ask that you rise and join me to recognize the many efforts and contributions and service of Mr. Barber. And so, Jim, thank you very much. We wish you the best in your future endeavors, and we all wish for your health, your happiness, and for a very well-deserved retirement. Thank you very much.
Mr. Barber, it just seems fitting to give you the last word, so please, if you have any final words for council, you have the floor.
No, I have a lot to say. No, I'd just like to thank this council and the civic administration for the honor and privilege of working for the city for as long as I have. It's been wonderful. Thank you.
Okay, colleagues, let's move on through the agenda. This confirmation and signing of the minutes of the 15th meeting held on June 23rd, 2016. That is up on screen now. Moved by Councillor Armstrong, seconded by Councillor Helmer. Any discussion? Let's call the question. All those in favor? We're voting. And now we're, oh, go ahead, please, clerk.
Closing the vote, and the motion carries 13-0.
As we move into communications and petitions, the first two items on the added need to be handled a little differently, so I'll ask the clerk to outline the process.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have an expropriation matter on tonight's agenda, so that's communications number 1 and 2. And under legislation, we have a specific order and resolutions that we must pass in accordance with that legislation. So the first motion we would need passed is for council to convene as the approving authority pursuant to the provisions of the Expropriation Act as amended for the purpose of considering communications number 1 from the Managing Director, Environmental and Engineering Services and City Engineer with respect to the expropriation of lands for the project known as Wonderland Road Improvements Phase 1 between Highway 401 and 402.
Okay. That will come up on screen in a moment. Moved by Deputy Mayor Hubert, seconded by Councillor Armstrong. Any discussion? Let's call the question. We're voting.
Closing the vote, and the motion carries 13-0.
Okay, and moving forward.
Council is now sitting as the approval authority, and as the approval authority, under legislation, you're required to consider the recommendations contained from the Managing Director, Environmental Services and Engineering Services and City Engineer with respect to this matter. So the recommendation contained in that report is up for consideration and debate by the approval authority.
Thank you very much. That'll come up on screen in a moment. Looking for a mover. Moved by Deputy Mayor Hubert, seconded by Councillor Armstrong. Any discussion? Councillor Helmer?
Thank you very much, and I draw my colleagues' attention to page 53, and I have to ask because I'm just not clear what this means, but in the Appendix A for this report, the introduction to that says, the following lands are required in fee simple, and then there's a colon, and then it says cinnamon. And I just don't know what it means. So perhaps somebody can explain.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think that in terms of that specific, might have Mr. Warner explain.
Through Your Worship, I believe this is a typo. This is a mistake, and that word should be removed. My apologies.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other speakers? Let's call the question. We're voting.
Closing the vote, and the motion carries 13-0.
Next step.
Mr. Mayor, the next step is to pass a motion to reconvene as council. So the motion before you is that the meeting of the approving authority be adjourned and that City Council reconvene in regular session.
Okay, thank you very much. That'll come up on screen. Moved by Councillor Van Hol, seconded by Councillor Morgan. Any discussion? We're voting.
Councillor Squire. Closing the vote, and the motion carries 13-0. Through you, Mr. Mayor, the next step, council is the expropriating authority. And so now you're dealing with communication number 2, which is the second staff report. And we're asking you to consider the recommendations from staff contained in that report.
Thank you very much. That, again, will come up on screen. Moved by Councillor Van Holst, seconded by Councillor Armstrong. Any discussion? Let's call the question. We're voting.
Councillor Squire. Closing the vote and the motion carries 13-0.
Great. Let's move on then to the other communications and petitions. So we're looking at 3 through 7, I believe. Oh, pardon me, there's an added 8. That'll come up on screen in a moment. If we could open up that voting, please. Moved by Councillor Turner, seconded by Councillor Morgan. Any discussion? Let's call the question. We're voting.
Closing the vote and the motion carries 13-0.
Okay, colleagues, let's move into motions of which notice is given. There are none. So we're into reports. This is the 11th report of the CWC committee. The chair, Councillor Helmer, has advised me he'll do this within under 2 hours. And so over to you, Chair.
Thank you very much. We had an excellent meeting. We covered, as you see, a whole range of matters. I know that there was some disagreement about item number 18, which is the school zone speed limit policy, so I think I'll pull that. And I hear 10. Any other items that you'd like pulled? Item number... Okay, so with the exception of 10 and 18, I'll put all the rest of the items on the floor. I will note, as we just did with the communications and petitions, there are a couple of communications referred to the various clauses in this report.
Okay, so the chair has moved everything with the exception of 10 and 18. That should be up on screen in a moment. And why don't we start a speakers list? I know Deputy Mayor Hubert wanted to make a comment, so I'll go to you now. And Councillor Van Holst, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do want to rise on 9 because it's been a long time coming. And this discussion started back in, I think, 2007 when we first started to address overnight parking that was prohibited, and then it was turned down, believe it or not, 3 times, and on the 4th time we were able to get it through the summer months, and now we've extended it. But each time that came forward, colleagues, there was a discussion about a parking pass program, and could we do something like that that would facilitate folks with visitors, and also from a public safety perspective of ensuring that people do not drink and drive. And I'm delighted to see that this has come forward at this time and that we're moving forward with this. So I want to extend my thanks to staff for working on it, and I look forward to it being implemented. And so it's one of those things that I've been watching for a long time, and delighted to see that it's here.
Thank you. Any other comments on the matters before us? Councillor Van Holst, and we'll go to you next, Councillor Usher.
Thank you very much. This was quite an exciting session we had because a lot of great things came through. I've got a bunch of items with little hearts on here that I drew because they're nice. The Burbrook trunk sewer completion was made. So that was a project we've tried to do and failed, and have now finally succeeded, and it's going to allow us to fix many problems in terms of sanitary and stormwater separation. And it's, of course, the project itself was a little long in parts of my ward, but we're thrilled that the roads we can travel down those roads now, so that's done. A wonderful thing. We've got some pedestrian crosswalk overs that are being implemented throughout the city. We've at My London Hydro, we have now implemented the new portal for water as well, so you can access that website and find lots of interesting and detailed information about your water usage. And we also made great headway with the flooding matters. So we've moved forward with some recommendations. There's a lot that is available to residents to look at in terms of those things. So we're hoping to deal with those issues well. So I'm thrilled about this, and I'm sure Councillor Helmer may have a couple comments on these things as well. So it was great to see so many things move forward and a number of these things move to completion. So I'm happy with many of those. Thank you.
Councillor Asher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to elaborate a little bit more on the Burbank Tunnel. And I want to do this only because of the fact that over the years I've been involved with this as part of CWC. And I like to call this a miracle project because it started way back and it failed, and we thought we would never find a solution. And recently we found the solution via what we call micro-tunneling. And I believe that it's not so much that it was a tunnel, but it was a tunnel under many, many CN tracks. And that was a very, very risky scenario. If you read through the reports from the previous times that we tried to put a tunnel through there, it was dangerous because we run the risk of having the sand moving and affecting the CN tunnels. But this time, we did it. It cost a lot of money. In fact, I believe that equipment had to come from Europe just for that purpose. And I hope that sometime we're going to put through some proposal in the engineering magazine or for some engineering award for this project because it's one of a kind. And I think that in the future you're going to see a lot of this happening across Canada. But we in London have succeeded in doing this, and I think it's a feat, I think it's a miracle, and we've done it. Thank you. And congratulations to Mr. Bram and his team for accomplishing this.
Thank you for your comments, councillors. Going back 20 years to Geology 101, is it liquefaction? Is that what the issue was? Okay, ouch. Any other speakers? If not, let's call the question. We're voting.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 13-0.
Okay, Councillor Helmer.
I'll put item 10 on the floor, and this was pulled by Councillor Squire.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This is a matter that relates to parking on Ford Crescent, and for anyone who knows Ward 6, Ford Crescent is a roadway that is in front of University Heights Public School, and if there's any heritage people here, that was the first school that I attended in 1963, so if there's any designation coming, you know, you can put the plaque up whenever you want. Coincidentally, it's probably the first school that I served attention at also, so it's a great little school, and I worked with the neighborhood to try to get parking in front of the school for the purpose of making sure that parents could come and drop off their school children in front of the school for the periods immediately before and after school without clogging the parking lot. Unfortunately, when that happened and the neighborhood approved it, they were under the understanding that the 15 minutes parking was only during a limited period of time, being 8 a.m. to 9 a.m., I believe, and from 4 to 4:30. And there's actually a letter here from a Ms. Collins who lives on that street who has brought it to my attention that indeed the parking that has been provided on the street is not really what the community agreed to. And as recently as today, I heard from the school saying that was fine with them if it was limited parking. But I've also been told by administration they don't make parking signs with those limited limited timeframes in them. So I'm rising on behalf of my community to see if there is anything that can be done to assist in this matter, or whether it's something that cannot be provided, assistance can be provided. So I don't know if Mr. Braun can address that.
Thank you. Through His Worship. Absolutely correct, and I agree with you on all fronts with respect to the Ford Drive situation. The concerns that had originally been raised there to where they got the no parking provisions were primarily due to student parking adjacent to Western, because it's very close to Western. It sits about as the closest road to Western that there is. So the issue of putting the 15-minute interval was, as you noted well, was primarily to enable those parents that were dropping off students enough time to actually take their children through to Ford School. The concern, though, had traditionally been that the Western students were parking there all day. And that's why the no parking was put there in the first place. 15 minutes is not enough time to enable those parkers that had traditionally caused that concern to be raised for the no parking to move to Western and come back to that particular area, so they would be in violation of the 15-minute interval. In terms of the specifics of this thing, I think that the 15-minute interval will address all the issues that were raised by the constituents, and of course enable the sufficient time for pickups and drop-offs for the students, and disallowing the parking that caused the concerns in the first place. So I'm suggesting that we continue with the parking provisions as we've identified at this point in time, and we'll review it. Give it some time, see if it does work the way that we intended that it would work, and if it doesn't, then we'll take it to the community for further revisions, if that suits.
Councillor Usher.
Well, Mr. Chair, I'm going to rise on the same subject and for the same person, because I know the neighbor of the school very well, and she got in touch with me also, and I did speak to Councillor Squire about this, and I asked him if I could bring this up because I don't want to be stepping on his toes. I hope that we're going to look at this from the perspective of the neighbor, because this person told me that they live just beside the school. And their concern is not throughout the day. It's only during the time when parents are dropping off their kids, the peak hours. And they specifically state it's between 8 and 9 in the morning and between 3 and 4 in the afternoon. And the rest is quite okay with them. So they cannot understand why is it we're doing this from 8 to 6. Because everything else is okay. It doesn't affect them negatively. And they can't see why is it that we can't just do it during the peak hours. So I wonder if we shouldn't reverse it. Try it during the peak hours, and if it doesn't work, then we extend it, rather than doing it for the full day. And then if it doesn't work, then we bring it back to the peak hours. All they're asking for is the peak hours. And they're the ones who brought it up, this neighborhood. I don't even think it's the entire community. I think it's just, and I've got other letters from other people along the street who concur with this person. And this is correspondence, communication number 3, a document that we just received. So I would like us to try to accommodate these folks a little bit more. And I don't think that that's what we're doing by extending it from 8 to 6 when they're asking for it from 8 to 9 and 3 to 4. So I wonder if we couldn't do it the opposite, from 8 to 9 and 3 to 4, and then if it doesn't work, then we extend it.
Through His Worship, the sign has to be an enabling sign, so people have to clearly understand what and when they can park, where they can park. So to address the specifics of what the intention is that you brought forward, the sign would have to say 15-minute parking, 8 a.m. to 9 a.m., no parking, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m., 15-minute parking, 3 p.m. to 4 p.m., no parking, 4 p.m. to 6 p.m., Monday to Friday, September the 1st to June the 30th. the sign itself becomes more of a billboard. So, in the sense of being overly prescriptive, I do believe that the intention of the prohibiting the parking was primarily to discourage university students in the first place from moving to from parking their vehicles on a continuous basis in that area. I think that the 15-minute time interval that we impose will discourage that. It will not happen, I don't believe. And then if we can reduce the signage to manage the 15-minute intervals in the way that we have discussed earlier, enabling it for for dropping off children at the school, I think that it will meet all demands and all requirements that the neighborhood feels are necessary. So I think that if we could just try that first, it would be a much easier way, and certainly would be a much easier sign to administer, control, and use as well. So, I mean, it makes it a sign. It doesn't make it a book to be read, on the boulevard. So, I just think it would work much better. And as I say, that if it doesn't work, and we'll be monitoring it, and we'll canvass the neighborhood to ensure that it is working. If it isn't working in any way, then we'll go to the much more prescriptive processes that we see here at a later date.
Okay, thank you. I have no additional speakers with the exception of the chair, so if you'd like to sum up, thank you.
Thank you. I have a question, and I appreciate my colleagues raising this matter. The resident who wrote to us actually came to the meeting and was under the misunderstanding that there was going to be a public participation meeting, and so I'm glad that she wrote in and spoke to her ward councillor and others about her concern. My question is about the survey that we did with residents and what it said, because we give a proposal to say something very specific and then we get people's feedback on that very specific proposal. Did we ask them about this time-limited thing, just 8 to 9, or did we ask them about 8 to 6? Because I want to make sure that we're doing what we asked them in the survey.
I have to, in all fairness, say that I don't specifically know how we address the survey question itself. Normally, we don't. Most likely what we did was address it from the time period of 8 to 6, because there is no other circumstance in the city where we segregate the time limits the way that was desirable for this particular neighborhood.
Okay, colleagues, we've got a motion that's been moved by the committee chair. I have no additional speakers, so I'm going to call the question. We're voting.
Closing the vote, and the motion carries 13-0.
I'll put item number 18 on the floor. This is the draft school zone speed limit policy. We had a good discussion about this at committee.
Any speakers for 18? I have Councillor Van Holst and no one else at this time.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. I'm going to ask that when staff comes back with a more detailed bylaw, that they be really explicit in terms of the other 4 E's, which were empathy, engineering, enforcement, and what was it? Education was the last one. If I'd wanted to have a motto here, whatever you do, think it through. And sometimes that's difficult when all the details aren't there. And I'm asking for this to be explicit. Why? When constituents come with the suggestion for a bylaw, I kind of treat this like I'm a doctor and a patient has self-diagnosed themselves and had decided on a medication and they want me to give them a prescription. For me to do my due diligence, I think I have to check the symptoms to see if they really express that problem, and also look and see if the medication they're desiring is really the best strategy. And In this case, it says right on the bottle, reducing the speed limit, installing signs will not change driver behavior and will not reduce the speed of vehicles. So there's a bit of a problem, although we suggest that, well, if we mix it with these 4 E's, these other things, then we will get a result. But of course, as a doctor, I would say, well, rather than going with 5 medications, I think I'd like to, let's determine one that actually has an effect. So I'd like to know if is it engineering that's going to make a difference? If we put a speed bump in, is that what will actually get people to slow down? Because if that's what's going to do it, then we should I prefer we just do that. Same with bollards or things like that. I think there's engineering things that could make a difference. Enforcement, I think that may be a bit of a pipe dream. And talking to the police, they think that they don't have enough services to even do the enforcement that they really want to now. So putting another 100 zones in there that we want to be policed, I don't think will work. And we can't even hire them specifically to do that, like we could with security, for instance. So that's going to be a difficulty. I guess one other thing you want to look at is this a perceived problem, and that's something that comes up in here. And when I looked with staff through the numbers, safety really wasn't that big a concern in terms of injuries. As a matter of fact, it's probably much safer to walk to school than to attend school. Also, the speeds, as I looked at those, there's where there's some difference. There's some streets where, in case of this study, the average speed was 34 kilometers an hour. Only 1.5% of the vehicles ever went above 50 kilometers an hour. So there's a street where we don't really have a problem. Another street, 42.9%
Speaking
of
of
the...
speed, Councillor, you've got about 1 minute left in your
Okay, maybe that'll do. Most of them are over there, or a good percentage. So that's a place where we'd want to do something. And I think something targeted might be better. Rather than spending our money where it's not needed, put it for flashers and kind of things that we know will have an effect in those kinds of places. So I'd like to be able to do that. I don't think the blanket solutions are that great. So that's why I'm not going to be supporting this. I don't think it's a strong possibility. It's not a strong solution, and I think we could come up with a better one if we thought it through a little more. But I think when we see that other information, we might be able to tweak this a bit. So I encourage my colleagues not to, do whatever you like. Really, I suspect this is going to go through, but I'm hoping that when we actually see it, we can look at it in more thoroughly and think this one through a little better. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Just over that 5-minute mark. I have Councillor Squire and Turner.
I think Councillor Van Holst is spot on, and I think this is another example, in my view, of politicians doing something that they intuitively think will solve a problem that may or may not exist. I've actually done some stuff in this area. I was on the boards, had a Safe Routes to School committee, and I worked on that committee to deal with issues of children traveling to school. I can tell you that everything we discussed had very little to do with speed and had more to do with establishing safe routes for children to walk to school, and focused on issues such as sidewalks, crosswalks, having crossing guards in areas that were particularly busy, and very little of the work had to do with the issue of speed. I also, after being elected, went on a walk with a Safe Schools Committee around a school to deal with the issue of a safe route to school. And again, very little discussion about speed and more discussion about working with kids and families to find safe routes when they went to school that obeyed traffic signals and traffic lights. So I am not convinced by what I saw in this report that there is a problem, and I'm certainly not convinced that this will solve the problem. And I suppose the answer I will get is, well, there's a whole bunch of other stuff that we could do that's going to work with this to make it safer. And I guess my answer to that is, well, why aren't we doing those particular things? So I'm not surprised people would stand up and say, yeah, let's reduce the school speed limit. Sounds great. The other issue, of course, is enforcement. Councillor Van Holst is quite right. There aren't the resources to be enforcing these things anyways, and we know that very well. So it's hard for me to support this action where I'm not sure it's particularly meaningful.
Councillor Turner.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks, committee, for bringing this forward. I, too, have done some work in this, and unfortunately seen people on the receiving end of vehicles moving too quickly. I applaud the committee for bringing this forward. I'm disappointed that the committee didn't go forward on the recommendation that I think was tabled on the floor to reduce it to 30. I think I'm going to go the other way of my two colleagues who were saying let's not do this at all. I kind of appreciated the irony in Councillor Van Holst's. It's somewhat of a libertarian approach. Let's not do the regulation. And then he was about to say, I encourage you to vote against this. And then he said, no, do what you want. So, libertarian, get it? Yeah. Anyway, the other concern that I have, and I brought the last time we discussed this, is that it's limited to school zones. This is something that should be extended to all residential neighborhoods, all residential streets. My rationale for what I would support at 30 is that it becomes evidently more obvious that somebody is speeding when you've got a 20-kilometer differential versus a 10-kilometer differential. Somebody standing on the road, any officer just passing by, doesn't have to be standing there with a radar, can quickly recognize that a vehicle is moving too quickly through that zone. So that's why I would have supported 30 had it been brought forward by the committee. And likewise, I think it's essential that we recognize these hazards exist not just around schools. Children live in houses, and children are in residential neighborhoods, and the danger exists throughout our residential neighborhoods. There's no need to be tearing through residential neighborhoods in order to get to work. You get onto your arteries and your corridors, and that's where the speed limits of the city are appropriately designated. So I still think we've got a lot of work to do. I was surprised and kind of disappointed not to see it in the speed limits in the Safe Roads strategy. And I think if you take a look at the graph in the report, the inflection point at which injuries start becoming exponentially and fatalities start becoming exponentially higher is at 30 kilometers an hour, not 40. So if you watch the graph, 30 kilometers is the point. We all know that people speed, they exceed the limit. So by setting it a little bit lower, you still have a bit more threshold, but by just dropping it 10 kilometers, I don't know how much further we're getting, but it's a start.
I have no additional speakers at this time, so I'll hand things back to the chair.
Thank you very much, and we certainly talked about this particular issue and approach a couple of times now. We had a discussion when we had the draft come forward, and now we're at the point where we're adopting the draft and directing staff to come forward with the bylaw. I would say to my colleagues that the school zone speed limit has 4 components. One is that new streets will be designed in a complete streets manner. And the second is that our existing traffic calming policy will be applied where it's appropriate. These are the kind of engineering pieces that some folks have already referenced in the discussion. The third is that we'll do a public education campaign to talk about the rollout of these lower limits and encourage people to drive at appropriate speed when they're in a school zone. And the fourth is the actual lowering of the speed limits, and certainly we've had some discussion about whether that on its own is a good idea, but I want to say that the school zone speed limit policy includes all 4 of those things. It has been supported by our Community Safety Advisory Committee. It has been supported by the Active and Safe Routes to School. It has been supported by the London Middlesex Road Safety Committee, which has representation from the police. I think this is a reasonable thing to do in the school zone. I think it's not appropriate for people to go faster than 40 kilometers an hour in a school zone. For me, it's very simple. I don't know why you'd ever need to drive 50 kilometers an hour or 60 kilometers an hour in a school zone in a residential neighborhood. I just don't think it makes sense. So I hope my colleagues will support it. I think it's a very reasonable step forward on this front.
Thank you, Chair. I have no additional speakers, so I'm going to call the question. We're voting.
Closing the vote, the motion carries.
Thank you very much. We can have that microphone, and well under the 2-hour mark that you promised, so thank you for that also. This is the 13th report of the Planning and Environment Committee. I'll look to the Chair, Councillor Squire, to present the report.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I know that we will be pulling items 16, 19, 21, and 24, and I will be speaking to item number 16, so the Vice Chair will be handling that matter. I have not heard with regard to any other matters. Oh, I'm sorry. Item 2? 22. And Councillor Hopkins? 22. All right. There being no other matters I'm aware of, we can move the balance.
So, Councillor, that was 16, 19, 21,
22, and 24.
Perfect.
We may be a little while tonight.
We'll have a little dinner halfway through.
Perfect.
You're allowed to sit at dinner. Maybe stand.
Okay, any speakers on the clauses before us? There being none, I'm going to call the question. It's been moved by the Chair. Voting?
Councillor Van Holst. Closing the vote, and the motion carries 13-0.
I guess we'll start with 16. Councillor Park.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I put number 16 on the floor where, regarding property 129 Langarth Street, where the committee denied a demolition request and instead chose to designate the property.
Thank you. Any speakers? Yeah, we'll start with you, Councillor Squire, and then we'll go to you, Councillor Helmer.
The reason I'm rising on this matter is because I did vote against this at committee. The recommendation of our staff, our heritage staff, was that this was not a heritage property, that it did not meet the criteria of heritage. Despite that, the majority of the committee voted to prevent the demolition of the property. It was quite clear from the meeting that the only basis at law or legally to prevent the demolition of the property was a finding that it was a heritage property. My concern is that what we are doing, in fact, is without adequate evidence and without the support of our expert staff, deciding that a property is a heritage property and preventing the demolition. Although that may seem like a worthwhile thing to do where one wants to prevent a house from being demolished, it's an approach that is going to cause us difficulty in the future if other properties come forward and people say, please don't demolish this property. We think it's a heritage property, and remember that time when you made the decision that the property on Langarth was a heritage property even though your staff said it wasn't. And I don't think, as difficult as it is sometimes to demolish a property, we have to be consistent in applying the rules as they exist. No one on the committee, in my respectful submission, had the expertise in heritage that our staff had to make the finding that it was a heritage property. And to be consistent and to properly apply the rules that we have in place, unfortunately, we have to, in my view, agree to the demolition of the property. Now, that doesn't mean that there aren't other avenues available to us if we took the time to have the proper devices in place to prevent demolition of property in all cases or to protect neighborhoods. Unfortunately, we don't have those at this time. So what I'm saying is we can't use other means to accomplish something that is not within our purview. So I will be voting again with the recommendation of staff to permit the demolition of the property.
Councillor Helmer.
Thank you very much, and I don't know if I'd go so far as Councillor Squire has, in the sense, I would say we're certainly free to disagree with our staff on recommendations that they would make about whether a property is a heritage property or not. And we're going to have to make our own interpretations based on the evidence that we've got in front of us. And for me, on this particular property, I don't see it. I don't think it's worthy of designation. I don't think that the information that we had in the report or from our staff was supportive of that. The only real leg, I think, that the idea that it's a heritage property sort of has to stand on is that it's really important for the context of the street. And certainly there are 3 Ontario cottages in the immediate vicinity, one right beside it, one across the road, and they're all listed in the inventory. And this is sort of the one that's maybe the least heritage of those 3. So I think we need to let this particular building go. You know, the Heritage Act is to preserve significant cultural heritage resources, and I think we need to be very judicious and fair in how we apply that. You know, there have been cases before us here at council where even right up to the last moment I wasn't quite sure, and in that one case I said I better err on the side of heritage and keeping the building around. But I think we have to look at what we've got before us on each specific property, make a decision about whether it's really a heritage property or not. We have heritage conservation districts for the express purpose of protecting a whole area and a whole street and a whole neighborhood. And this is not in one of those. You know, we decided that when we set up the previous council set up the Heritage Conservation District just north of this area, that this is not going to be in a Heritage Conservation District. And I think that's why we're seeing so much activity on that front. I will say in terms of other measures to protect demolition in this area, I did support the interim control bylaw when it came forward, and that would stop this particular demolition from happening. But I don't think on a heritage basis that I can support the designation, and I would encourage my colleagues to not support it as well.
Councillor Turner, any other speakers?
Thank you, Your Worship. So this was an interesting discussion, and this is a property in my ward. The committee voted to assign designation to this site. Why did it come before the committee? Well, it came before the committee because it was listed on the heritage inventory. It was ranked as a priority 3, but notwithstanding that, whenever anything's listed on the heritage inventory, it comes to the Planning and Environment Committee to be determined, and it also goes to the London Advisory Committee on Heritage, as well to our heritage planners, to determine and do a full assessment on its heritage merits. There's a matrix that exists under the Heritage Act that evaluates several criteria within 3 criteria. The property has a design value or physical value because of a few different features. A property has historical value or associative value, or the property has contextual value. And within that contextual value component, there's a subset that says it is important in defining and maintaining or supporting the character of an area. And I'm going to draw your attention to the maintaining component of this. Langarth Street, as you're quite aware, and we've faced this before, when we asked staff collectively, we all asked staff collectively, to take a look and see, are there any tools, mechanisms that we can use under the Planning Act to evaluate the pressures that are existing within, specifically at this time Old South, but eventually other neighborhoods through the city. Staff evaluated that, took a look, came back, and recommended an interim control bylaw. This council chose not to pursue that route. Councillor Squire had mentioned, unfortunately, we don't have any of these tools at this time. That would have been one of those tools. Currently, a review of the planning policies, specifically for infill and intensification, and in the Old South neighborhood, is being investigated by planning staff, but that report isn't due for a couple months. The Heritage Conservation District, again, another tool that could have been used. There has to be limits to where that Heritage Conservation District ends at some point. It's 2 blocks north of this location. So, of course, you want to be in the area, you want to build someplace. There's a demolition prohibitions, essentially, within the HCD. We're going to go just a little bit outside. The interim control bylaw would have allowed us time to figure out what we're doing here. By not doing the interim control bylaw, we basically waved the starting flag and said, go. Start doing everything you can before the new policies come in place. So going back to the property has contextual value because it is important in defining, maintaining, or supporting the character of an area. Well, there's 3 Ontario cottages that exist on this street that haven't yet been demolished. I will point your attention to a letter from the applicant. Mr. Moore had sent a letter in. I hope you all had the chance to read it. I do believe the applicant is sincere in his quest. Is that 3 minutes? I got 2 more? Okay, good. I do believe he's sincere in his quest to build something complementary to the neighborhood. He indicated to the committee that he would follow the site plan process and build something complementary to the heritage and character of the street. Notwithstanding that, however, at some point, there has to be enough. If you read the rest of the letters from the residents, you'd recognize they find themselves without any recourse. They feel somewhat abandoned by this council because policies haven't been put in place to address that yet. We had a significant turnout to our neighborhood meeting on trying to address planning policies for the Old South neighborhood and hopefully eventually for all our established neighborhoods within the city. I really encourage you to recognize that while on its own this doesn't have much merit, in context, in maintaining the character of the neighborhood, it does. And that's what we're charged with here tonight. So you can see where the committee was divided, and I respect that. And I'd imagine you will be divided as well, but I really encourage you to support designation of this property.
Thank you, Councillor. Do I have any other speakers on this matter? I don't see any other speakers, so let's call the question.
Closing the vote and the motion carries 7-6.
Okay, thank you, colleagues. I'm going to hand things, actually, before I do that, Councillor Squire, we are just approaching 6:30. How would you feel about doing the dinner recess and we'll pick things up? Okay, thank you. So what we'll do is we'll pick things up at as close to 7:15 as possible. I'll just look for a motion to recess and we'll come back and deal with the planning agenda. Thank you, Councillor Armstrong, seconded by Councillor Ridley. All those in favor? Okay, we'll see everyone at 7:15. Thanks very much. Okay, colleagues, we're just past our dinner break. It is 7:20. We're back in session. We're dealing with the Planning and Environment Committee, and I believe we have item 19, clause 19 at this time. Chair, I'll hand things over to you.
Item 19, I think Councillor Park wanted to speak to that.
Councillor Park.
I'm sorry.
Thank you, and through the chair, I've heard a wide-ranging amount of opinions from my constituency on this. I've heard folks that think that we should be making a permanent change in terms of how we allow properties to have music and dancing on patios, or how we don't do it at this time. Many thought that a testing period was reasonable, but were leery about how we were actually going to enforce this and with the current noise bylaw. At the public participation meeting, we heard a lot of opposition to this proposed change. And I think there was a lot of confusion because we're doing a lot when it comes to sound and all those sorts of things in the downtown. So rightly, I can understand why some people were a bit confused. In my work as councillor, I've approached this job to find the most balanced way to move forward on any given agenda item. And I think that this testing period is appropriate, and I think it is quite balanced. I think with this testing period, what we'll be able to find is how many bylaw enforcement complaints were made, were the repeat offenders, and where are the areas that a permanent change, if we ever get to the point where we're actually contemplating it, where is it actually appropriate and where is it not appropriate? So I spoke to some restaurateurs and I said, how would you operate with this temporary allowance? A few business owners said, you know what, this will actually enable me to have a playlist on my patio so we can listen to FM 96 or whatever other sort of radio station they want to listen to, because they simply cannot do it right now. So through the gathering of this data, we'll be able to find out what areas may or may not be appropriate. And if this passes tonight, I think it's quite important for the neighborhoods around the downtown to realize that this noise bylaw that we currently have, as Mr. Katolik pointed out, is enforceable 24 hours a day. And I said at the public meeting, and I'll maintain that if this data comes back and it's going to have a detrimental effect to the neighborhoods that surround the downtown, and we don't have a full view of what these impacts actually are, there's no way I'll support a permanent change, but I think going through this, I'll have all the information for me and the rest of my colleagues. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Park. Councillor Turner, anyone else?
Thank you, Your Worship. At committee, I was the sole dissenter, but heard interesting and good comments from my colleagues and from the community. Councillor Squire actually raised a really good point, and he said when he takes a look around at the patios that are out there right now, he doesn't see them suffering. They are well populated and business is good. The question is, does this change actually achieve much in terms of really expanding business within the city? And I don't think it does. I don't think the current regime handicaps the businesses and the patios within the city. And I think the concerns articulated by the residents were legitimate. They have a lot of fears and apprehensions about the noise and sound that travels and infiltrates their residences, their sole place that's supposed to be their refuge. I think whatever happens here tonight, this is going to be one of those perennial issues that every council will continue to deal with for the end of time. So I don't think the matter will ever be done to satisfaction, and I think we're kind of cursed to revisit it. I do recognize the intent of the motion as it was brought forward, and I appreciate that. But for those reasons, I'm going to have to vote against it.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone else? Councillor Salee.
And through the chair, this has been a long time coming. We've had quite a number of conversations, so I definitely appreciate the public's patience on this and my colleagues' patience on this. As when we first introduced this, it was all under the pretext of the culture and entertainment districts and trying to see what we could do to make enhancements in our, in our city and throughout other areas. And having had the opportunity to speak with people in the business side of things and people who have expressed some concerns and expressed some challenges with. I heard one of my colleagues talking about businesses necessarily aren't suffering, but I think there's room for improvement, room for growth. And I think that one of the things when having heard from a number of Londoners throughout the campaign was they want us to help create jobs. And I know that's not necessarily a reality that we can do, but I think we as City Hall could definitely create an environment. And I think these are possibly potentially one of the ways in which we can create an environment where there is more vibrancy in the patios and there's more customers coming. And then, of course, that would result in more jobs and more people being able to benefit from those. I'm happy to see that it's a pilot project because then, as Councilor Park mentioned, it gives us an opportunity to look at it long term. And that's kind of been the hope, to get as much information so that hopefully in the future, other colleagues don't have to have this long conversation, because for whatever it may be, it hasn't been necessarily perfect. There's been one-off things. And I think for us, I think we've kind of exhausted that and we don't want to do that anymore. We just want things to kind of be consistent, recognizing that there's always going to be a curveball. But I think if we can have a holistic approach at this, look at everything, have the information, make the proper decisions. I did want to just mention and just kind of throw out there, I don't think I need to necessarily do it as a motion, but I think in kind of this conversation, and I know it's kind of something maybe a little far-fetched, but I think it's something worth maybe exploring if staff could probably look at it in their study or research just in the greater scheme of things. Acoustic barrier fences, exterior absorbing sound blankets, kind of those kind of things, and see if those measures actually help. I understand that somewhere in Texas and a few places that might be some of those things that maybe could appease some of the concerns or reduce some of the noise. So in the future, if council decides to move in this direction for a long term, but I just think it's maybe something worth exploring. So I'll leave that, and I encourage everyone to support this. I think it's a short period of time. We have a lot of things happening this summer, and the core is going to benefit. And once the core benefits, the city benefits, and we need to create that environment. So we need to do this kind of thing for London and cut the red tape.
Thanks, Councillor Salee. Anyone else? Mr. Van Holst?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. I'll support this because it's a pilot project, it's an experiment, and I like experimentation. I encourage everybody who is in disagreement to provide the data that we need to perhaps defeat it later. Personally, I just like it quiet. So I would probably vote against this on if it were just a permanent thing. But I think it's a worthwhile initiative that has been brought forth. It's a couple months. We can see what we should or shouldn't do, and we'll certainly listen to what's said by the people who have experienced this 2 months of slightly different culture. Thank you.
Councillor Helmer.
Thank you very much, and certainly as the councillor representing one area where this is going to be allowed, I can tell you that the community is very supportive of the change. We don't have as many patios as downtown does, but we're certainly looking forward to having this in Old East Village so that we can allow amplified music on patios that already exist, and also to get rid of the prohibition against dancing on patios, which I don't know how other people dance, but it doesn't generally create a whole lot of noise as an activity on its own. So, I think we have to look at, we have a lot of rules in the city, a lot of bylaws, and especially in the zoning bylaw, things that you're allowed to do and not allowed to do. At the committee meeting, I said that, I could play music in my backyard at a family party on the radio, but a bar downtown can't do that. And I just think that it's a very odd state of affairs where we will allow a certain kind of noise if it's acoustic, but if you amplify that same acoustic guitar, all of a sudden, even if it was at the same level, now it's not allowed under the zoning bylaw. I think we need to look at those kind of prohibitions and say, do these really make sense? Do we have overlapping and duplication of prohibitions trying to accomplish the same thing? So the noise bylaw just says you can't have noise that annoys people in their houses. That covers off everything we heard people complaining about and saying this is a problem for me in my life. We don't need another thing in the zoning bylaw saying this kind of noise and dancing are also not allowed. So I think, certainly on a pilot basis, a great idea. I'm quite convinced that it's something we should just eliminate altogether from the zoning bylaw. But I'm looking forward to seeing the results. I hope my colleagues will support it.
Thanks, Councillor Helmer. Anyone else? Okay, I have no additional speakers, so Chair, I'm going to call the question unless you want to sum up. No? Let's go. Let's open up that vote, and we're voting. What do you have next, 21? Yeah, okay.
Councillor Salee? Closing the vote, and the motion carries 12-1.
Chair, I think we're looking at item 21, the Great Near Campus Neighborhood Strategy. So we'll have that up. And who wanted to speak to that one? 21, Councillor Park. Anyone else?
Thank you. In second thought, I shouldn't have pulled it. I just should have spoken to it at the beginning. But I just wanted to really thank the community coming together to formalize this plan. I think going forward with the two distinct boundaries will be quite productive, and it also encompasses what's actually happening in the neighborhoods around the campuses. And I'd like to thank the Town and Gown Committee as the chair, and to our sub-working group that really did a lot of work on this, and look forward to getting to the point where we can approve secondary dwelling units across the city.
Thank you, Councillor. And absolutely, I think we'd all echo those words of thanks. So we'll have that moved up on screen. Councillor Helmer, go ahead.
Don't worry, Councillor Squire, you're going to like this part. So when we, I said this at committee, and I usually don't like to repeat myself, but on this particular instance, I think it's worth doing. So when we referred the matter of secondary dwelling units, we said, well, let's hold off on making this change. We'll have this other piece which is going underway with the Great Near Campus Neighborhood Strategy. I would say I voted for that, but quite reluctantly. I was not convinced that that was really going to advance the agenda. And I just want to acknowledge that I was wrong on that front, and certainly we've got to a good place. I think this was, in retrospect, it was the right thing to do, and I'm glad that my colleagues brought it up and suggested that as a way forward. I think we're getting to a much better approach overall for the Great Near Campus neighborhood. I'm glad to see huge areas of Ward 4 coming out, because I don't think it's really appropriate that we had those areas in. I think narrowing the boundary is going to be better in the long run. And then to recognize the different things we need to do, not just the planning things, but the things on the enforcement side. And I think that I want to commend Councillor Squire, Councillor Park, and Councillor Salee for their leadership really in engaging the community, bringing people together on that front, and working with our staff to come to what I think is a very good approach for the overall area. I'm excited to see how it's going to improve things over the years.
Just sum up, what Councillor Helmer saw was what a judge once called my petulant body language, so I'll try not to do that again. But I just want to commend planning staff, especially Mr. Adama, Justin Adama, who did a wonderful job on this. He had to be the sort of front person on some community meetings, and I can tell you that Ward 6 community meetings are always exciting. So I want to thank him for that and the staff. And really, this moved together very well. It utilized the Town and Gown Committee, residents. I couldn't be more pleased, and a lot of that credit goes to your department, Mr. Fleming.
Okay, I have no additional speakers, so let's call the question. We're voting.
Closing the vote, and the motion carries 13-0.
22. So we're dealing with item 22. This is the Byron Gravel Pit secondary plan. Who wanted to address this? Okay, thank you, Councillor Hopkins. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. First of all, I'd like to thank the Planning Committee for unanimously supporting the open space option. And I'd like to speak on behalf of my residents in Ward 9 who will be greatly affected by what happens in the Byron Pit. This is important to me as councillor of that ward. We have had, the residents in Ward 9 have had to endure living next to a gravel pit for decades. But they've thought there was a plan, and there was a plan worked out and agreed to in 1992, a plan that would allow for some development and some open space. The gaping hole in the landscape would turn to green. There would be a place for relaxation and play. Unfortunately for those residents, when the plan was brought forward to council in 2014, we were just newly elected then, and I would just like to remind council, I think that was planning's first planning meeting. I think I was there, Mr. Fleming was giving a presentation on planning, and after saying that we should usually not refer things back, he did say, in this situation, given the fact that staff had just received a letter that they had not been able to look into, they would suggest to the planning committee to refer it back so they could follow up with that. And so we agreed that staff would have a chat with the interested parties and let us know if there were some opportunities for development there. And I'm pleased that staff had followed through with that and made us aware of the possibilities and the dangers. The difficulties that such a possibility presents are obvious to me. The cost of servicing, the inherent instability of the slope, and the difficulties in drainage. Anyone who has looked in that hole on the south side of Byron Baseline can appreciate that. And I, again, would encourage you as councillors to take a look, Google it, on Earth. You can see that massive hole and the water that is at the bottom there. I think we can all support infill, but why are we being asked to change direction and without the work being done? The residents in the area are unaware of the second option. That is important to me. They need to be aware of that. That is a must. We could be creating risks and concerns to residents that live there. So I want to thank staff. I want to just have this opportunity to do that for the work that they have been done in preparing this report. Thank you to Mr. Fleming and Mr. Barrett. And thank you to all your staff. Now we understand and we really appreciate your original recommendation. And I, for one, am happy to support it. Let's stick to the original plan and maintain the pit as open space with development along the periphery and for all to enjoy, especially the Ward 9 residents who live in that neighborhood. So thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak to it.
Thank you, Councillor. Deputy Mayor Hubert, anyone else?
Thank you very much. I do want to rise on this. I wasn't able to stay to this point of the planning meeting the other night, but I want to concur with my colleagues' comments on this. And I remember a night during last term of council where we were to select a location for what is going to be the Southwest Recreational Facility that's now under construction down on Southdale Road. And there were two opportunities, two sites. One was this site, and the other one was the Southdale Road site. And it was really felt that the Southdale Road site was the right site for that recreation facility, and I think that was the right decision, and I continue to believe that because it'll really service the whole area. Whereas this site was nestled down in the historic, quaint village of Byron, and access would have been more difficult to a broader population of people. But there was a sense, and Mr. Stafford's here tonight, Mr. Coxhead was here that night, a sense that this is a unique opportunity. And here we have in our city, believe it or not, on a bus route in Byron, a ski hill. And it's pretty unusual that you can take a bus to a ski hill in any municipality. I grew up close to Centennial Hill in Toronto, and you could take a bus to that ski hill, but it's pretty unusual. And this was another one of those opportunities that if we had a long-term vision could become a unique recreational place. And I'm sure that vision is not fully fleshed out, but I said to Councillor Hopkins as we kind of reviewed the history, it's one of those places that if I was for some reason to leave London and come back 10 years from now, this is one of the projects that I would be looking to see whatever became of it, because it's such a unique opportunity, not just for Byron or the west side of the city, but for the city as a whole. And to have this kind of recreational opportunity and adjacent to a pretty spectacular park, I must say as well, with a great spray pad and play area as well. So I think this is really quite unique, and I really do want to encourage council to support the recommendation of committee. And I thought just that historical context would be important for us to understand, and it's having that long-term vision. There will be residential at some point around the periphery, but the main part of it will be a very unique recreational opportunity for the city.
Thank you. Do I have any other speakers? Okay, there are none, so let's call the question. We're voting.
Closing the vote and the motion carries 13-0.
And 24, Chair, was that Councillor Park that pulled that? That's the sign and canopy bylaw. Councillor Park?
Thank you very much, and it is a busy night. Every night's a busy night. So during a recent bylaw enforcement blitz, we know many A-board sandwich signs were removed from the downtown, and our bylaw officers have a difficult job, and I think they do it well. And it's also a job I'm glad I don't have. But we have many business owners in the downtown who, for one reason or another, could not clearly understand the current process or the current bylaw. And that's a problem for us as a council, for civic administration, and for the public at large. So I wrote a letter to the committee with the knowledge that there's an internal review of the sign and canopy bylaw, and I think it would be a good course of action to have our local BIAs be a part of that process. They help our local businesses each and every day go through this process and have a really good view shed as to what improvements could be made. So I thought that this was a good ask. I cannot get involved in enforcement issues, but what I can do is impart some positive change, so this is me attempting to do so.
Thank you for bringing that forward, Councillor. Any other discussion on this? Okay, I have no speakers, so I'm going to call the question. We're voting.
Closing the vote and the motion carries 13-0.
Thank you very much, Chair. And we'll now move to the 9th report of the Community and Protective Services Committee. Of course, that's Councillor Ridley. If you could present the report, please.
Thank you. I am happy to present the report. However, there is a change to Clause 5, so that will need to be pulled separately, and I haven't heard of anything else that people would like pulled.
Jesse, sorry, what would you like? Councillor Helmer?
15.
Anything else? 3? Okay, 3. 62? 6 and 11, okay. Okay, so we'll leave 6, we'll pull 11.
And I'm not sure if you heard 3 would need to be pulled separately as well.
Okay, that's been moved by the Chair. Thanks, Councillor Ridley. Any discussion, clauses 1 through 20, excluding 3, 5, 11, and 15? Councillor Turner, did you want to speak to 6?
Thank you. I just wanted to recognize the driver training program. It's an interim report brought back to us from the fire department in response to the discussion we had around the simulator about half a year ago. It looks like opportunities are being explored. I encourage those to continue and to watch the other areas of operations that may benefit from the simulator to see that continue. Also to see the development of robust policies and procedures to reduce traffic collisions with fire apparatus. And I look forward to seeing the comprehensive report in a year's time, or I guess 6 months' time from now.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone else? Okay, over to you, Chair. I don't think we have any additional speakers, so I'm going to call the question. I think you already spoke.
I did, thank you. I recognized it was just with respect to the correspondence on 17 that, yes. And so I would ask, because that correspondence was received, do I have a conflict or not? And does it need to be pulled out?
Let's take a quick look.
But if I may, the nature of it was a letter of correspondence from the Middlesex London Health Unit supporting the concept of, yeah. Correct, yeah. Okay.
So it is connected now to Clause 17. Do you want us to deal with that separately? It's really up to the councillor.
All right, I'll, if we could add 17 to this.
Yeah, abundance of
Just
caution.
abundance of caution.
Okay, so if we could just have that changed, so this is clause 1 through 23 with the exception of 3, 5, 11, 15, and 17. Okay, no speakers, so let's call the question. We're voting. Got it from here? 3? Awesome.
Councillor Hopkins. Closing the vote, and the motion carries 13-0.
So item 3 was pulled because there was a pecuniary interest. I don't think there was any other comments on that.
3's up. It's been moved by the chair. Any additional comments? There are none, so let's call the question. We're voting.
Closing the vote, and the motion carries 12 with 1 recuse.
Item 5, there was a minor change in the wording and the language, and I'm not sure if we can just put that up on screen or if there's a separate process I need to do for that. Thank you. So here it should be on your desk as the amendment sheet, and it was a minor change for consistency with the bylaw.
Okay, if you want to make that motion, thanks, Chair. Any discussion? There is none, so let's call the question. We're voting.
Closing the vote, and the motion carries 13-0.
We'll do 5 as amended now. Great. Thanks for moving that, Councillor Ridley, seconded by Councillor Hopkins. Any discussion? There is none, so we're going to call the question.
Closing the vote, and the motion carries 13-0.
And the next one, was it 11? 11 is the business license bylaw, and Councillor Turner pulled it, I believe.
Okay. So this one goes to 11. We have Councillor Turner who's declared a pecuniary interest. There's no further discussion, so let's call the question on clause 11.
Councillor Squire. Closing the vote, and the motion carries 12 with 1 recuse.
So next should be 15. All right, so item 15 is the vehicle for hire bylaw proposed regulations. And the committee settled on these proposed regulations, noting that it would go to a PPM and changes could be made at that time after hearing from the public. So there was some discussion on this item, but the majority was held pending the PPM so that we can hear the public's point of view on each of these items prior to making a decision on whether or not we include them in our regulations or not.
So let's start a speakers list on 15. Councillors, anyone want to speak to this? We have Councillor Helmer. Anyone else? Councillor Helmer?
Thank you very much, colleagues. So this is one, I'm glad to see the report coming forward because it helps us to try and scope down and narrow down what we're looking at in terms of potential changes to the taxi and limousine bylaw. And, you know, we've been working on this now for over a year. And I'm glad to see that we're getting to this point. Frankly, a lot of other municipalities have taken a lot longer to get as far as we have. There are a couple of things in here that I think are really smart maneuvers in terms of making changes and realizing where we don't need to have these regulations anymore. So for example, getting rid of this English language test is one of the few things that the City of London says is you have to pass this specific language test in addition to everything else you have to do to become a taxi or limousine driver. It's really not necessary to have that, and frankly there might be some negative aspects to having that kind of test, and we could possibly dispense with it. I think those are good changes. I think allowing and recognizing that transportation network companies should be a form of a transportation service is good. And so I think there's a number of pieces in here that I support. Taking off the cap on accessible taxis. Currently, our own rules require specify that you can only have about 19 accessible taxis for the entire City of London, excluding the ones that are provided by LTC's specialized transit service. It doesn't make any sense to me that we would cap the number of accessible taxis. I think that's a service we know there's a lot of demand for, and I think moving away from a cap is very smart. However, there are a couple of things in here in policy directions recommended by our staff and supported by committee. I think it was maybe 3-1 the vote that I think are like fundamentally the wrong way to go. And so I want to raise those today because I think we should have a discussion at council about how to do that. And when I say fundamentally the wrong way to go, it's really on issues around insurance, what kind of vehicles we would require interior and forward-facing cameras in, pricing and the regulation of pricing, and to a lesser extent, identification of vehicles that are private vehicles for hire. I think we need to recognize that just allowing in the bylaw saying transportation network companies are allowed, but then saying they can't do the things that make them different is essentially not allowing them. So even though on paper you're saying, yeah, we're allowing them, you're not really. And I think when you look at how other cities in Canada and other jurisdictions have decided to regulate transportation network companies, they've recognized how they're different and how they're similar to taxis and limousines. So there are a number of specific amendments that I'd like to put forward. I suspect that people may not be on the same page with all of them, so I wonder if we could do them one at a time. They're related specifically to those three areas, and I think rather than having a big discussion about the whole thing, we can narrow it in, talk about the specific areas, and I'd rather put them forward one at a time if that would be acceptable to my colleagues.
Certainly works for me. I mean, we'll be able to focus on each individual area. And then again, I'd suggest to the committee chair that once the amendment passes or fails, we can also deal with each item separately as well when we go to vote as amended.
Okay, so the first one is, and thank you to the clerk, whoever numbered them using letters. You know, Roman numerals are great, but frankly, I think it makes it a little bit more complicated for people. And from a plain language perspective, I think using letters is easier. So for clause J, currently that says, you know, we require all vehicles to have interior and forward-facing cameras. And the amendment I'd like to put forward to say, instead, to amend the bylaw to only require interior and forward-facing cameras in vehicles that are allowed to accept street hails. So I think we need to recognize that, unlike taxis and limousines, transportation network companies and the vehicles that are operating that way, they just don't pick people up randomly on the street. You have to request one, and it's a specific connection between the person who requested it and the person who's getting in the vehicle. They have a different way of dealing with safety and pieces like that that seems to me to be just as effective as what other business models are doing. And I don't see there to be a need to require cameras. Certainly people are always free to put that in. If they wanted to put a camera on their car to face forward on the dash, they could do that. But why are we requiring it? And I think that we have to recognize that the vehicles and the drivers who are working in this industry, in this different business model, they don't do it all day long. The vehicles are not in service all day long. That is true for taxis and limousines for the most part. And I think that's a fundamental different thing. They don't pick up people on street hails. They're not in service 24/7 the same way as these other vehicles are. So I think we have to recognize how they're different and then regulate them in a way to achieve the same kind of safety outcomes that we're trying to achieve. I just don't see the rationale for requiring cameras in vehicles that are not accepting street hails, so I put that forward as a direction that should inform what comes forward at our public participation meeting in our draft bylaw.
Do we have a seconder on that amendment? Seconded? Okay, seconded by the committee chair. And any discussion on this matter. Councillor Armstrong.
Well, Your Worship, I guess the thing is, and I don't know what the other two are going to be, but I guess the thing is, we probably should have had this stuff at the committee, because this opens up a lot of questions, and I guess we'll start with on this issue through you to staff. I'll ask Mr. Katolik to explain why you require vehicles for hire to have cameras front and back, the historical background behind it.
Yes, Your Worship. The cameras came into place several years ago, and it started off in vehicles for hire, both limousines, executive limousines, and taxi cabs. A few years after that, the council amended the bylaw to focus on forward-facing cameras only. These cameras can only be downloaded by enforcement personnel. That includes London Police and by law enforcement officers in their duty of enforcing the bylaws and legislation that they enforce. So, for example, if there is an assault in a vehicle for hire, the first thing that is done by London Police is a download of the camera footage of the interior of the vehicle. That both protects the driver and the passenger, because without an interior-facing camera, it's he said, she said type of evidence. And that's why in the report that was presented at CAPS last week, it's noted about Toronto staff on the incidents of camera downloads that they've had since they've instituted these cameras, and also Ottawa police. I did ask local police about camera downloads, and they do not keep statistics on the number of camera downloads they do in taxis and limousines. However, personally, I do know that vehicles are often asked to attend LPS headquarters for camera downloads. So that's for the interior facing. For the forward facing cameras, that evidence is collected for traffic accidents. It provides very good evidence in terms of who's at fault, as do the cameras in our downtown, because some of the accidents that occur with current vehicles for hire do occur in our downtown. I do know that there are several situations in private vehicles for hire. I get daily news feeds globally on assaults and alleged assaults in private vehicles for hire. And if this was a committee meeting, I would have given these statistics if I was asked this question. But in 2015, there's 37 alleged assaults in private vehicles for hire. And as of today, there's 30. So if that was closer to zero, our recommendation would be there's no need for cameras in private vehicles for hire, because these people know the driver knows the passenger, and they're not doing street hails, and they're not doing taxi stop pickups. But the recommendation is based on the facts. And in fact, if you get daily news feeds, you do get this information, and several of these alleged assaults have occurred in Ontario. We've had 2 here in London. So that is the basis of my recommendation if I was asked this at a committee meeting.
I guess the thing is, Your Worship, now assaults, we'll call them minor assaults, though all assaults are a bad thing, but there's different degrees, because I remember a number of years ago, quite some time ago, where a cabbie was stabbed. That's an assault. That's a serious assault. I don't know if we've had a death. We may have had a death in our city going back many years ago, but I can't be sure about that. But certainly it was a serious assault involving a weapon. And many assaults don't involve weapons, but rather, physical contact. Arguments can break out. There's a lot of things that can happen, and I think that having these cameras in vehicles are, one, a deterrent, and then 2, can be an investigative tool. So twofold: prevention, then investigation and prosecution. So I really think that there was a good rationale, as you heard, why cameras were put into vehicles. It's to protect the consumer and to protect the driver, the employee. So twofold. So now to say, okay, because these people are out there and they can hail a ride via the internet, you don't need cameras. You'll know who's using that cell phone and that app and asking for that ride. I still think that assaults can happen under those circumstances as well. So I think it's a good thing. It's obviously our staff recommend it. I believe they would recommend it in every situation. And so I think we should defeat this. And I also would say, whatever the other two that are coming up, I think we should have did this at the committee, not here. This is committee work.
Well, I understand the comment about committee work. I think the council brought this forward to council because he was hoping that all of council would consider this as the bylaw is being shaped. It's going to take some time. It's an important bylaw, and if we were to refer it back at this time, it would just delay the inevitable. We've got that PPM on the horizon, and this will get it prepared the way that the council wants it to be prepared. So I have Councillor Squire and Usher. Each of you has 5 minutes. I encourage you not to use the entire 5 minutes if you don't need to.
Do my best. I think I heard this, I hope I heard what I heard correctly, and quite frankly, what I heard from staff convinces me that vehicles for hire are very safe. And there's very few incidents of assaults happening. If I heard him correctly, he said there was 37 worldwide and 2 in Ontario. Maybe I heard that wrong. It's also important to remember that these are not preventing assaults. They're evidentiary. In other words, if something happens in a cab, if somebody says the cabbie swore at me or something like that, they'll say, well, let's download the camera and see what happened. This evidence that I have heard convinces me that we don't need the cameras, that these things are quite safe. And the idea that putting cameras in is going to somehow be a deterrence, well, there's no evidence of that. And I can tell you that deterrence is a concept that's long been dismissed by every legal system in the world as being a reliable thing to put on. So if you look at these stats, it surprises me actually how safe these vehicles are. These cameras aren't hooked up to a police call center so that the police come out to help the driver or the victim. If somebody kills somebody in a cab, that is still going to happen. That is not there's nothing in the cab to stop that from happening. It might be captured on the camera. More likely, if a criminal wanted to kill a cab driver, he would take him out of the cab and do that if he had any kind of sense in terms of what it was doing. So this evidence that's been presented establishes to me quite clearly that we don't need the cameras.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Usher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, there was a time when we didn't have cameras in vehicles for hire. Bless you.
Thank you.
And it seems to me that, and I'm just going by memory, but it seems to me that before we started putting cameras in the vehicles for hire, we used to get a lot of complaints. And relatively speaking, I'm talking about people between a passenger and a taxi driver and vice versa, and different things within the within the realms of the vehicle for hire. I haven't heard a whole lot since we put the cameras in, but I've also heard that in many instances, when things happen in the vicinity of a vehicle for hire, those cameras or the contents of those cameras could be used by the law enforcement officer, and I understand that. I don't know how many of them have been used. But it's the same thing with the LTC, and it's the same thing with police officers. We want to put them on the body of police officers. So I don't see the difference. I think that vehicles for hire is a public use entity, so why not use it for that purpose? It's an extension to cameras out in the street and the intersections and so on. So I would like to hear what the public has to say about this. So when I look on this entire proposal here, I see this as a content that will be going out to the public, and the public will come here at a public participation meeting and address them. And until then, with all due respect to my colleague, Councillor Helmer, I would like to leave this the way it is until I hear from the public. If I hear a lot of people coming and giving me sufficient evidence and standing up the way you stand up, Councillor Squire, and say this, I might change my mind, because if they're as eloquent as you, they might be able to convince me. But otherwise, they may not be able to convince me. But I want to hear that first, and I much prefer to leave it this way. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And thank you, Councillor Usher. I have no additional speakers at this time. I have Councillor Turner, and then the chair is going to sum up.
Thank you. I, in general, am opposed to the licensing for vehicles for hire as it stands right now until such time, as we've said before, they cease operations. However, in this circumstance, the amendment that Councillor Helmer puts forward, I think, is reasonable and appropriate, because those who, in these circumstances, board those vehicles for hire are known entities. There's a transaction that occurs in advance. The fare has been paid in advance, and most altercations that occur within taxis are over fare disputes. And so, eliminate the fare dispute right off the hop. Know who the person in the vehicle is. I think, and on top of that, also know who the driver is. We go significant ways to allowing the security that's supposed to be ensured by the cameras. In fact, I think we go further, a lot further. So I thought this one was a little overreaching, and I'll be intrigued to hear the rest of the arguments for the other pieces.
Councillor Van Holst.
Thank you, Worship, and through you. I appreciate the comments of my colleagues. In this instance, it seems to me that we might just let it be an optional thing for the Uber cabs. If they think that it will make their own cab more safe, they could certainly put a camera in. But if not, then that might actually be a marketing advantage to the vehicles that do have cameras in them. If the person who's hiring a vehicle thinks that they will be safer in the cars with cameras, then they would be, hire those as their preference. If they don't have a problem with it, then they might prefer to go with Uber cabs. Those drivers in the Uber cabs, I think that as I said before, that camera is probably more for their safety than necessarily for the patrons. So if they thought that was a valuable thing, or if it turned out that the numbers that we were experiencing were alarming, then they might be motivated to do that. So where people can make their own decision, I'm often in preference that we do that. So thank you.
Thank you. And we'll go to Councillor Hopkins.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you to the councillor for bringing this forward. But I would agree with Councillor Usher here. I have a question on every one of these, and I was hoping to hear from the public before we sort of delved into each section. So I too may agree with this, but I would like to hear from the public, get those comments. I'm not on the committee, haven't attended the meetings, and would like to hear a little bit more about this. So I guess a question through the chair would be, could we not discuss each item after the PPM?
So, in the committee chair, I may want to speak to this as well. But yes, the discussion can occur before, the discussion can occur during, the discussion can occur after. So you have an opportunity to suggest a change after the PPM as well.
Thank you for that clarification, and I would prefer listening to the public because, like I said, I've got probably a question on every item here, so I would like to wait.
We'll now go to the committee chair, I think, unless we have any other speakers. Councillor Morgan.
Well, I'm asking just a clarification question on the process as I understand it, because I think it's important for some members to know what we're doing. So we're proposing that these things be included in a draft bylaw. These are the things that we can provide direction that we want in a draft bylaw. So I think it's good for us to provide that direction because that draft bylaw will become the basis of the public participation meeting. And I guess my question for the clerks or staff is, if we have the public participation meeting and we like the draft bylaw, we can pass it. And if we want to direct changes to the draft bylaw, are we required to have subsequent public participation meetings on the new drafts, or can we direct changes at that time based on the public feedback and then pass a drafted bylaw at, say, a subsequent committee meeting? I just want to be clear so that I know the process, because it's important for me to determine where we inject kind of our feedback into the discussion.
And so if the change is a minor change, then, council can feel comfortable passing that that bylaw with a small amendment. If it's a substantive change, the expectation, I think, is that we would have another PPM. And so it would add an additional step into the process.
And just so I'm clear, I'm not uncomfortable with that step. I think we should get it right. I think we should take the time to get it right. I just want us to be clear about why I think some of us have a desire around this horseshoe to inject some things into the bylaw, draft bylaw at this point, so that we can minimize maybe changes down the road if there's some things that we have some consensus on. Things that we don't have some consensus on, we need feedback from the public. We're going to get that. We're going to make changes. We're going to do it as many times as we need to get the draft bylaw right, because the taxi or the vehicles for hire bylaw has been challenged in court before. It's something that is a long-standing document, but we expect that we need to get it right. We need to take the time to get it right so that it can serve the city for the foreseeable future.
Thank you, Councillor Morgan. I have no additional speakers, so I am going to go to the chair, who's going to make some comments, and then we'll go to you, Councillor Helmer, to sum up. This is your amendment.
That's absolutely going to be my suggestion, Chair. So I want to acknowledge a couple of things, and I have some of my colleagues who have said publicly and some who have kind of whispered this way and said, was this discussed at the committee or is this committee work? And Councillor Usher spoke to it, and I think Councillor Morgan spoke to it very well. We did have some discussion around this, and I believe that the thought process of the committee was if we put it all into the bylaw and we can remove pieces later based on public participation. And I think that Councillor Helmer, and I second this motion because I do think that this is one where if you look at or understand the technology, you can make a very valid argument to say it's not required to have forward and interior facing cameras in the vehicles. You have alternate measures that allow for the same protections as the cameras do. So this is one example where I think that perhaps we don't need to include that and have that as part of it. And so that would be the suggestion I'm going with this. And I think Councillor Helmer will wrap up much more eloquently than me and perhaps help some of our colleagues to understand the difference and why. But I would suggest that the protections that are in place with the cameras are equally as in place, if not more, with technology that's available through the TNC apps.
And Councillor Helmer, just before we go to you, I wouldn't mind just explaining my vote on this as well. And I'll do it from the chair committee if that, or council, if that's okay. If you'd like me to move, I can do that as well. I'll be supporting the amendment, and the reason why I'll be supporting the amendment is I think that we have a more instructive process when we go to a PPM, and a more transparent process when we go to a PPM if we know which direction that we're leaning. And so what this really does is inform the public and the interested parties, if the vote is to go forward with this amendment, that we're leaning in this direction. And that will help focus, I think, the feedback even more directly on changes that those in the community agree with or disagree with. And so I think as we work towards that final product, this is the direction to go, because really what we're communicating early on in the process, if this passes, is that we're looking at not having cameras in these vehicles. And so I think that's about as transparent as we can be if it were to pass. So that's why I'll be supporting it. I know we'll have ample opportunity to debate whether or not they ultimately cameras are installed in the vehicles at the conclusion of the PPM. So I'll go to you, Councillor Helmer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And I just want to, rather than I'm not trying to convince people on this one specific thing, whether you should be in favor of it or not, really make up your mind at this point. This is part of the process. We're We're going to have lots more decisions to make on this front. This is really just about focusing in what is the question we're going to ask the community. Or like in this case, we have a series of questions. And I think we got to ask the one that's about making the bigger change rather than making the smaller change if we're going to get maximum public participation and good feedback in the protest. So that in the process. So that is the reason why I'm suggesting, we should ask about requiring cameras just in vehicles that accept street hails, rather than say we're just going to continue with the status quo of all the vehicles will have cameras. Because asking about the change instead of asking about the status quo is going to generate more interest and more participation. I think we'll end up with a better decision. I obviously have my own views about whether these are really required in transportation network company vehicles. I don't think they are, but I'm open to hearing from people why they think they are. I would say that in the discussion we've had tonight, and this will happen again and again, and I want to caution us all that there are appeals to fear, right? Bad things happen, and it's very easy to overreact to appeals to fear, right? There are assaults that happen all over the place, just walking around. Would everybody be safer if everyone had a little camera that was constantly broadcasting everything? We have to make reasonable judgments. It's the same with, say, a helmet. Yes, you should wear a helmet when you're riding a bicycle, but you also would be safer wearing a helmet if you were walking. And in a vehicle when you're driving, or a passenger, you would be safer with a helmet on. So, we have to make judgments about what is the level of safety we're trying to accomplish, what are the measures that are appropriate and will be effective in accomplishing that. And when the world changes and there are different ways of doing that, when everyone has a smartphone in the vehicle, they all have cameras on them. Right? They all record video. That wasn't the case even 10 years ago. That wasn't even possible. So I think we have to recognize that things have changed. There's different ways of accomplishing the same objectives. And on this one, I hope my colleagues will support that this is the question we should ask the community and get their feedback on at the PPM.
Okay. I don't think I have any additional speakers, and so I'm going to open the vote. We'll call the question. Councillor Armstrong, you've spoken on the matter. Did you want to rise in a point of personal privilege or information?
Well, no, you just said any additional speakers. So, because I've already spoken
well,
once.
this is council. I know it feels a
Yeah,
little bit
no,
like
I
committee.
appreciate that, but
and you've already spoken. So,
well, I just want
did you have a question
clarification,
or
yeah,
clarification? Sure.
Yeah, because this issue is a very important issue, and I just want to make sure that I understand through you to the councillor, what we're talking about here. Right now, cabs can be hailed through an app, same as Uber. So I just want to understand that if what he's suggesting is something that could happen, no cameras, would that apply to cabs as well? Because now cabs can be dispatched the same way as Uber through an app. So I just want to be clear now whether he's thinking that route as well, like what's good for the goose is good for the gander. If one doesn't have
Well, let's get an answer to the
so
question
I just want
for
to
you.
be clear,
And
because
you've asked
for
the
me
question.
to vote on
and
this, I want to make sure I understand.
Let's get you an answer to the question. You've asked it a couple of times, and we want to move this forward. There's a couple more amendments coming. If you read the amendment to only require interior and forward-facing cameras in vehicles that are allowed to accept street hails, so that are allowed to accept street hails, and so there's a certain level of exclusivity here. That if you're in a vehicle for hire that only receives its hails through an app, then it's the councillor's intention that there would be no camera. If it's a taxi or a limousine, if it's a vehicle that is accepting hails or that is able to accept hails, they would require the camera. And so, so I think that should provide you with some clarification. No, I'm going to ask Councillor Helmer. You've already asked a question, and so if that wasn't enough of an answer, I'm going to ask Councillor Helmer to attempt to explain a little bit further. Councillor Helmer.
Unless we change things, if you're a limousine and a taxi, you're allowed to accept street hails. So in that case, you'd be required to have a camera.
So there is a divide there. We'll have lots of opportunity to talk about this at the PPM as well. Okay. Any additional questions? I'm going to call the question. As we do that, I'm remembering a line from the movie The Naked Gun. As Councillor Hum was talking about risk, you take a risk every time you get out of bed, every time you cross the street, every time you stick your face in a fan. And it's really about measuring that level of risk. Right, Councillor?
Closing the vote, and the motion carries 9-4.
Okay, we'll go over to Councillor Helmer for that second amendment.
Okay, the second one I'd like to propose is to item P, and this is the one that's about discounting. So this is about pricing and how we're going to regulate pricing, and as my colleagues know, we very closely regulate the pricing of this particular kind of service in the community, right? We set the drop rates, we say you can't go over them, we have zone fares for limousines. We're very involved in the pricing of this particular service. And the suggestion here is to have, from a staff recommendation, is to allow discounting on a sort of per interaction basis between drivers and riders in all kinds of vehicles, and then to not allow anything to go above the maximum approved tariff, i.e. no surge pricing, which is what it's called by transportation network companies and others. And then also to say you can negotiate sort of class-based, like group-based discounts as long as they don't also go over the maximum fare thing. So there's a couple of things I want to change in this one. One is I don't think we should allow this discounting by agreement with the drivers. We actually have a letter from Checker saying they're a little concerned about that. I think, frankly, that's getting into the kind of fare disputes that we're trying to avoid with a lot of these regulations in the first place. And I think if there's going to be discounting, which I'm okay with, it should be sort of in advance and negotiated in advance. I'm okay with doing discounted fare agreements with employers and things like that. I think that's fine. I don't want to have us on an individual basis, thousands and thousands of times, people saying, well, how much is the real rate? And could we go lower? And I think that's a recipe for a lot of disputes. And I do want to allow surge pricing. And I don't want to call it surge pricing, I just want to call it pricing. Because that's what happens in virtually every other area of economic activity, is that the prices are set according to what people are willing to pay. And I understand why in the past we've really tightly regulated this area. I can tell you when I go to book a flight, the pricing is based on what people are willing to pay. What's the demand for flights that I'm trying? When I go to book the train, it's the same thing. When I want to book a bus, it's very similar. When I want to rent a car, again, very similar. It depends. How many other people are trying to get that same service? What are they willing to pay? And this is a voluntary transaction. In the case of some of these transportation network companies, you have to agree to it in advance. They say, it's 2 times as much. Are you okay with that? And you have to type in 2 times yes. So you're giving, there's an interaction even in front. And you always have the option of not ordering the service. And you can just wait until the surge pricing goes away and you're back to regular rates. So, I think that this is an area where we've been way too tightly regulating it in the past, and there wasn't really a better alternative before. I think the important thing and the goal we're trying to achieve is predictability of the cost and consumer protection so people don't get ripped off, right? And I think that we can accomplish that by allowing surge pricing only when it is booked in advance through an app. You have that interaction in advance, you've got it, you don't after the ride say, oh, now, sorry, that's $80, which has happened to me, not in London, thankfully, but in other places when I've been in a cab. Once we've arrived at the destination, they're telling me it's more than it was supposed to be. So I think we need to allow the regular pricing mechanism to work in this area where it's negotiated in advance through an app, because it avoids the fare disputes. I think I also want to get rid of the discounting on a per interaction basis, because that's going to generate fare disputes. And go along with the idea of these discounted fare agreements. And again, this is just the question we're going to ask at the PPM. We get lots of feedback on it for sure. But I can tell you no one who has allowed transportation network companies to operate and created space in the regulatory environment has said you can't do pricing like this, like no other city. They have allowed it every instance that I'm aware of. So the amendment there is up for Part P.
Okay. The motion's been made, and I should have asked for a seconder before we entered into that explanation, but do we have a seconder? I don't see a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Ridley. Thank you very much for seconding that. I was just about to myself. So I'm going to start a speakers list. I have Councillor Armstrong and then Turner.
Thank you, Your Worship. Again, Your Worship, I'm going to ask through you to staff to explain the rationale behind what they recommended, and if they could give us some comments on their understanding how surge pricing would work and why they didn't recommend this.
Mr. Katolik.
Yes, through you, Your Worship. The principle that we focused on here is consumer protection. So our recommendation was to allow drivers to offer reduced fares that could be negotiated. And that was based on the model of many Canadian cities where TNCs are currently permitted, such as Edmonton, Ottawa. I believe Toronto's gone down this route where they have not put a maximum price for the trip. They've put a minimum price. And in many cities, the minimum price mimics the price of a bus fare. So for example, 3 1/4 is the drop rate or starting rate, and then you negotiate with your driver on what the fare could be. Now that is to allow for better competition between the cabs, between the limos, and between the private vehicles for hire, because what we're hearing is that the fares prior to surge pricing are at many times cheaper than existing cab fares. So that was the rationale for that. For the surge pricing, we feel that if a person comes downtown and it costs them $12 to get home, it should also cost $12. Because at many times when you're leaving, you're in a state where you just want to get home. You probably can't remember your phone number, and then you have to agree to a certain price on your cell phone that may be a bit blurry at the time for various reasons. So our position based on consumer protection is that the pricing should be the same when you go to a destination as it is when you come back from that destination. With respect to the agreements with employers and institutions, that is something that we got from the brokers in the focus groups we had with the brokers. They would like to have partnerships with specific groups in the city, so be it college, university students, employers, to have a specific fare from point A to point B, and that is the way many of the brokers have requested to move to offer this service to the public.
Councillor?
So we've heard from staff. We have to understand that our staff have dealt with this issue, studied this issue for many, many years. So they brought forward a recommendation. It can be changed, you know. But I think the thing is, moving forward, we should be supporting our best experts in this field. And we have some people who have spent years and years dealing with the cab industry, the limousine industry, and now with this, we'll call it an industry. So let's listen to what our staff have recommended. Let's go ahead with that. Things may change in the future. Bylaws, regulations can change. But let's go with the people who have given us their best advice all these many years, and until this new industry, if you want to call it that, came along, we've had a system that worked well, pretty well problem-free. So my best advice, defeat this, just go ahead with what staff's recommending, and if after the meeting we need to change it, then we can do that.
Thank you. Councillor Turner.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd agree with Councillor Helmer insofar as the concept of haggling for price can lend to some significant problems and a lot of the issues that we're trying to avoid with things like cameras. On the other side, I see an absolute need for an upper limit on surge pricing. We saw last year an over $1,000 bill for an Uber ride in Edmonton. The difficulty at times, it's predicated on literacy. So those who may have reduced literacy may have difficulty with the concept of surge pricing and understanding what the app's telling them. That's an issue for me. We do consumer protection, and that's the intent of the bylaw that's coming forward here. And some of the examples that were put forward, like airline pricing and train pricing, I'd add hotels and towing, all of those have upper limits. And when you see lower prices and when you pay lower prices, you're paying a reduced price in order to incentivize those seats. But there is a maximum price in all of those circumstances, and in all those cases, it's government regulated. So I don't see any difference between that, and I think it's quite appropriate for us to say what an upper limit is.
Councillor Van Holst and Usher.
Thank you, and through you, I agree with Councillor Turner. Having some upset limit it just makes sense, so people know they're not going to be gouged, despite the fact that there could be some variance in surge pricing. I also like Councillor Helmer's suggestion that we shouldn't have the haggling right at the vehicle. And you can imagine a taxi driver coming to some distant end of town to pick somebody up, to take them downtown, and then being said, listen, I'm going to give you $3 to take me back to where you need to go anyway, and then they're almost forced to take it because at least it's $3 more than the nothing that they would get for having performed the service of driving out there. I think there's a B in the second line that shouldn't be there, to permit brokers to negotiate. And I'm not sure if the way this is, the sentence is set up, if the maximum tariff applies to the surge pricing as well as the negotiated discounts. So if the councillor would just clarify that for me.
Just the negotiated discounts.
Okay, well, I'm almost in a position where I'd want to split this out and to have a minimum and a maximum, or else I'll just vote against this. So you've got me on one point and not on another, so I'll leave that.
It's his intention to keep them together, and again, we can pick this up after the PPM as well if you're interested in making a change. Councillor Helmer, is it your intention just to keep this together?
The permitting brokers to negotiate fair discounts is in the staff recommendation. So, I mean, really, the differences between this and what's in the staff recommendation are allowing surge pricing and getting rid of the haggling.
Yeah.
This part is a carry forward. I just left it there to make sure that it all went through at once.
So essentially, Councillor Van Holst, a vote against this gets you what you were looking for based on your comments. Okay.
Thank you. And I also want to thank the mayor for his comment about having this discussion be better for the people coming to the public participation meeting. Because I think often we say, I want to hear what the public has to say, but then we, after they talk, provide arguments they haven't heard. And so I think this is really valuable. And there was an instance recently where I didn't have the chance to do that, so I'm happy to do that now. I'd like to hear these points come up from the council, and then the public can weigh in on these thoughts as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rev. Councillor Usher, any other speakers?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Except that I think that this kind of discussion is better off at council. I want Councillor Held. I do respect the thought that he has put into this. It's not so much that I disagree with what he's saying, but some of the things that I'm hearing here, I'd like to hear from the PPP first, and then if this would come up based on what we hear from the PPP, I would definitely give it a lot more positive, in other words, voting consideration. But I can't do that right now, because when I listen to the staff, I think that this is where I want to start, where P is now. I prefer to start there and then go down to this after the public participation meeting. So I don't want you, Councillor Helmer, to feel that being negative about what you're saying. I really respect the amount of thought that you put into this. But I just can't go with this right now. I don't think that this is enough for me. I prefer what the staff has provided us. So I'm going to have to vote against this motion for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have no additional speakers, so I'll look to the chair, see if you want to make any comments, Chair, and also the mover of the motion. I think you've made your case, and so if no one else is interested in speaking, I'll call the question. One more kick at the can.
Yeah, I'd just like to wrap up. So,
Sure.
colleagues, this is probably the most important aspect of how to regulate transportation network companies. All the rest of this stuff, you know, these are small changes to the existing business models of taxis and limousines. The really disruptive part of what transportation network companies are doing is that they're increasing the supply of vehicles in response to the demand for vehicles. So they get away from the caps on vehicles and they respond to when there's periods of high demand, they charge higher prices to motivate more people to drive. This is just absolutely fundamental to the whole thing. And if we were to not allow that, we're essentially saying, no, you can't operate. What you're going to do is do fixed prices, and you're going to have, we'll have a limited number of taxis and limos. You have as many transportation network company vehicles as you want, but you can never charge more money to respond to the fact that there's higher demand. So on New Year's Eve, you will wait and wait and wait for a vehicle because drivers are not willing to drive at that time because they're not making enough money and you're not motivating more people to participate in the market on the supply side. This is absolutely fundamental to the whole thing. And I know that it seems odd to be, I'm up here advocating for it. We want to allow people to pay more for something. Okay, this is a voluntary transaction. If somebody wants to pay more and I don't want to pay more, I'm still going to get better service, right? The person who wants to pay more pulls more vehicles onto the road. They serve those people, and the people who, if I want to take a taxi, I can take the taxi. If we don't allow the surge pricing, we will never get that kind of variable deployment of vehicles to meet the demand. And so people think you're not paying more. What you do is you pay with your time. You have to wait. So in a case where, and I don't want to get into too kind of fear-based arguments, but it's important. So we say, oh, people are vulnerable. They're intoxicated. They're making bad decisions around surge pricing. I could tell you, if I'm at the point where I'm intoxicated, the point where I can't tell what I'm doing, I'd like to get home right away. I don't want to be stuck downtown waiting for a cab. I want to be able to get a vehicle that's safe, get home, and get to bed. So I think there's trade-offs in all these things. And this idea that you cap the supply side and that you regulate the price so tightly, that needs to go away. It needs to go away. It's fine. We can have some vehicles in the city that operate that way. That's a choice for all kinds of people. We need to also provide this relief outlet to say when it's really, really busy downtown, when you need to have a vehicle and you want it quickly, that you can actually get that in the City of London. One of the goals of the regulation is to provide quality of service that's available. And we all know that at peak periods of demand, you'll be waiting a long time. And I think this is just a fundamental piece. I hope that people will at least support the idea of going to the PPM to ask the public about it. Every other municipality, like just look even close by, like Niagara, Toronto, Ottawa, Edmonton, they're all allowing surge pricing. Nobody is saying, no, you can't. You can have transportation network companies, but you can't have surge pricing. This is a fundamental thing, and I think we have to at least ask the question.
Thank you, Councillor. Any additional speakers? Okay, let's call the question.
Councillor Park. Closing the vote and the motion carries 7-6.
Councillor Helmer.
Thank you very much, colleagues. The last one, this is one where there's been a bit of a change between what was in the initial report that went to this committee and what the committee decided. And it's related to the insurance, and even in the discussion of the committee, and I will say for the benefit of everyone, I did speak at the committee meeting about these issues. It's not like I didn't talk about it. I just can't make any motions there, so here we are. It came up in the discussion, Mr. Kotulik said that really we're not requiring, even though it says full-time commercial, it would just be commercial insurance to cover you while you're operating the vehicle in a commercial capacity. And that was not clear to me from the piece. I want to put this forward as an alternative just to clarify things. If it means that we don't end up making an amendment to the bylaw, I think that's fine, but I think we need to be clearer with the language for sure about what is required. And that's around the requirement for insurance. So I want to say essentially require proof to the satisfaction of the license manager that you have valid commercial insurance that would cover you, or some other valid insurance product that covers off operating a vehicle for hire in the province of Ontario. So it's still up to the license manager. I think that's what they're trying to do anyway with the recommendation. When I read it, I thought this is like you have to have the $8,000 a year, this vehicle's in service all the time kind of policy, which I would emphasize does not work for somebody who only wants to drive 10 or 15 hours a week. It doesn't make any sense. So I want to put that forward as a third amendment. It's not listed anymore in the list of amendments because it's saying essentially there'd be no change. So I've numbered it as Q. And this is just to require proof in a form satisfactory to the license manager that the vehicle for which the vehicle license will be issued and all the people who may drive it are covered under valid commercial insurance policy or other valid insurance policy that meets all the requirements for driving a vehicle for hire in the province of Ontario. What I would like us to get away from is, like, we're not the insurance regulator, right? We have a provincial body to regulate insurance. And I just want to make sure that you have appropriate and adequate insurance to cover what you're doing as a driver. And that's really important to me. But making everybody have the same insurance is a bad idea, I think. And I would like us to move away from that. So I put that forward for my colleagues' consideration.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm just going to look for a seconder, and then I'll start the speakers list. We'll start with Councillor Armstrong, and then we'll go to Councillor Van Holst.
Well, again, Your Worship, I'll ask, through you, I'll ask staff to respond to the issue of insurance, why they recommended what they did, and why they did not come up with what's being proposed. I'm going to make my comments. Quite frankly, I'm just interested in making sure that consumers are protected and having bare minimum insurance, just like non-commercial people can have, as low as $500 to $1 million liability. A smart consumer in this world today, if you're not driving commercial, just personal, you should carry at least $2 million, because quite often suits involving automobile accidents always start at $1 million or more. So in any event, but that's in the personal, this is commercial. And so I'll ask staff to respond to it.
Through your worship, at committee I did provide a clarification in terms of the wording full-time. What the explanation was that the initial insurance product by Aviva was not full-time insurance. It had a maximum cap of 20 hours per week. And we were not satisfied with that because we as a regulatory body would not know when a driver is working and when they're not working. And just as we were finalizing the report on July 7th, the Minister of Finance announced that approval of another form of insurance by Intact Insurance, which was full-time insurance. So as long as there's $2 million liability insurance for a cab, a limo, a private vehicle for hire, we're fine with that. So I'm not sure the original recommendation needs to be changed, but that is our interpretation.
Okay, so question asked, question answered, and I'll look for any other speakers I have. Councillor Van Holst, did you want to speak to this, or you were just looking to second? Okay, I'll go to Councillor Ridley, and then Councillor Rusher.
Thank you. I don't see any reason why people wouldn't support this. I think it just provides greater clarity to the requirements that we already have in place and removes any room for misinterpretation. We're saying the same thing, and this is just really clear when it's going out to the public. So I hope that people support it, and I hope that there's not a lot of debate over this one.
Thank you. Councillor Rusher.
Just a question to staff, Mr. Chair. or even maybe Councillor Helmer. I want to know if this, I thought that there was something in here about insurance, and I'm looking for it and I can't find it. I got to say that I read through this, that's why I'm talking about it so much. But this is not replacing anything here, am I right? This is just an additional item that you're saying? And if it is yes, I'd like to hear from staff as to how this compare with what we were talking about previously.
So, okay, well, certainly I think Mr. Katolik's going to speak to it, but in the original recommendation, there was something that said no change be made to the requirements for full-time commercial insurance. A committee that was changed to being it be a noted clause at the bottom, so it dropped out as a clause in the recommendation. It just became it being noted, saying that we're not going to make any changes. I'm just trying to be really clear about it by putting something new, essentially a new clause on the floor. I don't think it's really in contradiction to anything that was suggested. It's just clarifying things. So.
Okay, so hopefully that provides you with an answer. There's a little bit of, I think, misunderstanding early on when the committee report was published that, you know, each driver would have to pay $8,000 in insurance approximately, no matter how much they drove. And there are some other options that are available. Mr. Katolik talked about that, and Councillor Helmer's motion further articulates that there are options that can be chosen from, and that provided that they're approved in the province of Ontario, then it satisfies the insurance requirements. Yep, go ahead.
Yes, and I appreciate that very much. So I just found what I was looking for. It's the it being noted clause at end. So we're saying that Q would replace that it being noted clause. Is this your intention? Through you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I got to tell you, I don't think that it being noted clauses are super meaningful anyway, but it could stay. I don't think that's a big problem. I think it replaces it, but I'm not trying to get rid of the it being noted clause.
True. What I'm trying to get at, though, is that the last two lines said, it being noted that no change to the requirement of full-time commercial insurance coverage for all vehicle to hire is proposed at this time. So I heard staff saying that since this was written, they got some additional information. I see this nice recommendation here, and it doesn't jive with the last two lines, so I'm assuming that this would replace the last two lines. That's what I'm trying to get at, because it should say that in here. Okay, through the committee. I thought it was through you. Yeah.
I do, because this is one thing that's really, really bothered me. We know that one TNC has obtained insurance through an insurer, but we are not writing a law for that specific company. We are writing a bylaw for all TNCs, and therefore we need that rule in. And we know that one TNC has obtained the insurance, and that's great. There's probably 12 other TNCs that are going to pop up over the next few years. We need to have the same rules in place for them. So I hope that helps. Mr. Katolik and I had this conversation. I'm sure he wants to add on to it. He's aware that the one company has a policy, but that doesn't cover the other companies that are out there, and therefore we need to have something.
Your Worship, our concern was with the original Aviva insurance product, which had maximum of 10 hours a week and 20 hours a week. But in speaking with Uber drivers during our focus groups, many of them drove more than 20 hours a week. So the new insurance product released on July 7th by Intact would meet our requirement for full-time insurance.
All I'm asking is if this replaces the last two lines. That's all I'm asking.
I think that Councillor Helmer was being gentle when he talked about just how binding it being noted is, and I mean, it's not. And so this is a direction from council that will direct the bylaw, and it sounds to me like staff, based on some new information, accept this change as appropriate and adequate. And I think Councillor Helmer was trying to provide some really clear articulation around just what it is that our expectation is to prepare for the PPM. So I'm hearing from both staff and from council that this is an appropriate direction to go. Okay. I actually don't have any other speakers on this one, and so I'm going to call the question and not quote any movies. Here we go. Not really.
Sorry. Closing the vote and the motion carries 13-0.
Okay, Councillor Helmer, all set? Well, so those are the amendments. We'll go back over to the chair to handle things from here.
Thank you. I'm prepared, or I believe I already have moved as amended. And I do want to draw council's attention once more to the need for the extra meetings for CAPS. There's a lot of these things that we will be dealing with, so this is part of that.
Okay, and this is on the motion as amended. Councillor Morgan.
So I didn't want to speak on all the amendments. I just wanted to speak on the main motion after it was amended. I supported all the amendments, but I want to be clear on my reason to support them, because I've engaged with a lot of people over the last little while on this. I think that what we're doing is we're engaging in a public participation meeting. I think it's important to have, like was said during this meeting before, a bylaw that moves in a direction that will get the maximum and most valuable public engagement. I am not necessarily committed to all of these things. I want to genuinely listen to the public engagement on the things that we passed today, and I'll be rendering my decision and input onto the bylaw once we've heard from that public. So I'm 100% and completely open, like I know all of my colleagues are, to that public engagement. I think some of the changes today that we made today is going to get us a good, solid public participation meeting that will really focus in on some of the key issues that are being debated by the municipalities across the country. And I think if we're do ourselves a service to take on the issues head on, engage the public on them, and then make our decisions.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. I have Councillor Hopkins and Armstrong.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I'll be supporting this now. I do have a concern since I did not support two of the amendments, J and P, so just wondering if they could be pulled.
It's something that we could do, but what I would suggest to you, Councillor, is that the amendments passed, and so they'd pass again. And really, what this is, and it's entirely up to you, but this is just a step moving towards developing the draft bylaw for the PPM, and so you'll have an opportunity to vote against after the PPM as well. But I do want to leave that up to you.
Thank you, and I will be supporting the amendments. Therefore, to me, it is important that I hear the public first, and I do appreciate the comments from Councillor Helmer and listen very intently to what he has to say. I know he researches and looks into things quite well, so I will be supporting the amendment. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. I have Councillor Armstrong and then Turner.
Thank you, Your Worship. Your Worship, I also want to thank Councillor Helmer for the work he's done on this. He certainly has shown due diligence, though I may not support all his proposed amendments, but I will support it as a whole at this point because it's all going to go to the public. We're going to go through it, but I really felt it's important when staff has a recommendation and we find ourselves in this situation that they be given an opportunity to take the floor and explain why they recommend things rather than have to sit there, hear us have a debate, change things, and they have no input. So I think it's important that they have an opportunity to do that. So in any event, I don't have anything more to say other than I'm concerned. I'm concerned about this whole industry. You've all heard me speak before. There's no doubt that we are in the middle of a radical change. Whether it's for the good, I'm not so sure. I certainly have, been involved in, earlier on, I was on a limousine taxi committee way back when I first got on council and was involved in many of the changes back then, that were made to improve the industry. And again, over the years, there's been adjustments made, a lot of times based on hard work that our staff have done. and recommendations that they brought forward to council committees over and over again over the years to finally get to the point where we had what I felt was a viable industry, cab, limo industry, where people were making, in most cases, a living and getting by on and working, and there was some, we'll call it harmony out there. This certainly, the introduction of Ubers and other businesses like this is certainly gonna and has turned the industry upside down. And we have to certainly work our way through this, but I'm just very concerned about those people out there who have spent and invested everything they have in buying a cab, buying a license. And when this is all done, I'm very concerned because I've been hearing it already, that they're seeing their incomes drop as much, or revenues, as 30%. So at this point, and who knows what's going to happen in the future if this isn't handled properly. So if I went to anyone in this room and said, as of next month, your income is going to drop 30%, that would have a serious effect on many of us. And so we have to think about those average working people out there that are they just own one cab and they're just trying to make a living. They've got kids, they've got mortgages. So I want
just
you to
over a
all
minute left.
Be very cognizant as we work our way through this, what the end result can be for people who understood there was a system, there were regulations. I followed the rules every day. I went out and drove and worked every day to support my family. And now I'm basically may lose a lot of my income, if not my investment. Keep that in mind when you work through this project.
Councillor Turner.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will be voting against this. I continue to be opposed to negotiating in an environment under which one operator in the industry is acting in bad faith. I think the amendments and the work that's been done thus far has been good in working towards a solution, but I can't, in good conscience, continue to negotiate in this climate. So I'll vote against it, and I'd encourage you to do the same.
Thank you, Councillor. I have no additional speakers, and so I'm inclined here to call the question. I think that's what we're going to do. We're calling the question. We are voting. Clause 15 as amended.
Closing the vote and the motion carries 11-2.
Chair, I think we've got one more, and then you can take your chair.
Thank you. I'm looking at the screen to see which one comes up, but perhaps I'll take this opportunity. 17 is about to come up, but I did want to take an opportunity before I was finished here to remind Council of the meeting in June when we asked our staff on very short notice to prepare some work. And our staff deserves some recognition because they did as asked, and that was in regards to the informal residential care facilities. I believe there were 7 or 8 business days, and they prepared a bylaw and had it to committee at our request. And I think people worked long hours to do that, and I know that they do it because they want us to have the information that we need to move forward. And that was a very tall order, and the staff came through. So I do think that they deserve a little bit of recognition. And I was remiss in not doing that when we passed that important proposal. So with that, I will put 17 on the floor.
And there was conflict declared on 17. I don't think there are any speakers. So it's being moved, and let's open that vote and call the question. Voting. Okay, and just Chair, before you think you're done, there's just one quick change that we need. Councillor Turner's looking for reconsideration on Clause 16, that's informal residential care facility licensing bylaw. And he'd like to declare a pecuniary interest on that, and just inadvertently voted on that clause when he voted on the entire group. So just a motion for reconsideration, please. Moved by Councillor Armstrong, seconded by Councillor Van Holst. If you could do that on screen. We're voting. Let's open that up.
Closing the vote, and the motion carries 13-0.
Okay, and we'll deal now with that item, or clause 16 again. Look to the chair to move. Don't feel badly, Councillor Turner. I once inadvertently voted to remove $1 million in funding for housing, and had to beg for a reconsideration. Okay. And so, Councillor, you might choose to just declare your conflict for the record as well, just before we vote.
Thank you, Your Worship. Initially, I'd pulled number 11, the business and licensing bylaw. When it first came to committee, it was the informal residential care facilities were all bundled in that. I misread the agenda. 16, my employer has comments and interaction on this file.
Great, thank you. And we'll now call the question, if we can open the vote. We're voting.
Closing the vote, and the motion carries 12 with 1 recused.
Thank you very much, Chair, for steering us through that. I know that was a long haul, and thanks to Council for that engaged debate. I think we've got a PPM, a bylaw for a PPM that is in great shape. So we'll look now to the 17th report of Corporate Services Committee. I'll look to the Chair, Councillor Morgan, if you could stick handle us through here, please.
So the 17th report of the Corporate Services Committee has 11 items. No one has indicated that they want anything pulled, so I'd look for colleagues to note that now.
I don't see any clauses being pulled, so
I'd be happy to put them all on then. 1 through 11.
Pardon me? Clause 1 through 11. If you could make that motion, thank you very much, Councillor Morgan. And any discussion? 1 through 11, there is none. Let's call the question. Okay. What do we have next? All set? We'll just have to report out, and then it's all you.
Closing the vote, and the motion carries 13-0.
If you could do the 18th report of the CSC.
Well, we were efficient on that one, so let's do another one. We had the 18th report of the Corporate Services Committee, which we had earlier today. It was a special meeting. There is a staff a report. It's a public item. We also had an in-camera item, which we dealt with through our in-camera portion of tonight's agenda. However, that staff item, I want to make a note for the colleagues. First off, I'll put the report on the floor. There's only one item. That is a bylaw, a policy change from the city clerk about, which is a request of this council to ask for us to have some procedures around revealing information about ombudsman investigations. As you recall, last year we had an investigation that we received notification in June on. We weren't able to inform the public until September. This council didn't feel that was appropriate, so asked the clerk to say, engage with the ombudsman to say, we'd like to let the public know as soon as an investigation notification is given. This is the result of that report, and so it would come into effect as of tonight when we pass the bylaw, not when we pass the report, but when we pass the bylaw associated with it, and then any information that could be shared would be shared at that point if there were any investigations. But certainly this is something the council asked for, and something that will become our new practice moving forward if approved today. So that's what we dealt with today.
Thanks, Councillor Morgan. If you could make that motion, please. And I do have a bit of a speakers list. I have Councillor Armstrong. Anyone else? Any other speakers? Okay. We've got, it's been moved.
So just one
Yeah,
second.
please
I'm
go
going to
ahead.
withdraw because the clerk's just alerted me that as this was earlier today, they've made just a minor revision to the to the bylaw. So it should read the proposed revised attached bylaw, which I was just advised. So I'm going to withdraw so they can add that in. Make sure everybody can do that. Just so colleagues know what the difference is at the committee, this was brought with a bylaw and we changed it so that it includes a copy to the city manager with the notification. That is current practice. It was a request of the city manager to actually be included in the documentation. The committee had no objection to that, and so that's the only difference from the original drafted committee report that we considered.
So that has been moved by the committee chair. Any discussion? Let's open the vote. We are voting.
Councillor Helmer? Councillor Turner? Closing the vote and the motion carries 13 to 6.
So we've got to deal with the 17th and 18th report of the SPPC. I wonder, Deputy Mayor Hubert, if you'd be so inclined to move those.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll put the 17th report on, the entire report, because it just has a confidential item.
Okay, that's been moved, 17th report. Any discussion? There's no discussion, so I'm going to call the question.
Good thing. Get herself in trouble.
Well, we sure would. We're voting.
So, Mr. Chair, okay, I'll put the 18th report on the floor. I'm just looking for anything I voted nay against.
Number 6.
On number 6.
6B. 6B. 6 and 7.
I did. So I'll have to pull number 6 off, and I'll let someone else put that whole item on, okay? Okay. So everything except for 6.
And 7.
Yeah, that's not important. Oh, and number 7, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I voted against that.
Number 2, but I haven't. And number 9.
Okay, why don't we do this differently? Why don't I put items number 1, we'll deal with number 2 first, and then I'll put number 3 on, and we'll just sequence it through. Okay? So let's put number 2 on because it's been pulled.
So, okay.
This
You want to do 1 and 2?
Okay. Number 2?
Okay.
I'll get it.
Okay, you'll get that later. Okay, we're going to do 2. We'll get the Deputy Mayor to move that. Any discussion? Who pulled that one? Okay, go ahead, Councillor Ridley.
Thank you, Chair. It wasn't my intent to make a comment, but since I was called on, I will. The reason that I voted against this is I continue to struggle with the cost for a report about implementation of a strategy. So I don't expect to sway my colleagues, but it's just too much for me.
Okay, let's call the question. Unless there are additional speakers, I don't see any. So we're voting.
Closing the vote and the motion carries 12 to 1.
Okay, let's put items number 1, number 3, number 4, and number 5 on.
If you could make that motion, please, Deputy Mayor Hubert. And any discussion, 1, 3, 4, and 5? I don't see any speakers, so let's call the question and open the vote. We are voting.
Closing the vote and the motion carries 13 to 0.
Okay, I'll put 6A on.
Any discussion on 6A? I don't see any speakers, so let's call the question. B. Do you want someone else to move 6B? Thank
The
you.
motion carries 13 to 0.
Councillor Ridley's going to move 6B. I don't think there are any speakers, so let's call the question. We're voting. Oops.
Closing the vote and the motion carries 9 to 4.
And 7, I wonder if you could move that one as well. Thank you. Okay, that's been moved. Any speakers to 7? Let's call the question. We're voting. One second. Sorry, one second.
Yeah.
What's this one here? Oh, thank you. Okay, got it. Thank you. That was important.
Closing the vote and the motion carries 11 to 2.
Okay, I believe, Mr. Chair, I can put the balance of the, Councillor Hopkins would like to pull 10, so let's put 9, 11, 12.
There was a division on 9.
There's a division on 9. I voted against it again. Geez, I was contrary. Councillor Ridley, would you put 9 on, please?
So just so I'm clear, Councillor Ridley, we're moving 8, clause 8? Okay, I'll be up momentarily. Okay, there we go. Moved by Councillor Ridley. Let's open that vote unless there's some speakers. There are not. We're voting.
Councillor Armstrong. Closing the vote and the motion carries 13-0.
Councillor Ridley's going to move clause 9. Moved by Councillor Ridley. Any discussion? Let's call the question. We're voting.
Closing the vote and the motion carries 11-2.
Okay. And now let's look at the annual meeting calendar. Item 10.
Item number 10. Councillor Hopkins would like to speak to it.
Okay, if you could make that motion, please, Deputy Mayor Hubert. This is on item 10. Any speakers to item 10? Councillor Hopkins, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I would like to add a friendly amendment to this motion by adding as needed to these extra meetings that we're calling for on CAPS. And I'd like to explain a little bit why I would like to do that, if I may. So I have concerns about the extra meetings that we give ourselves as well as we give staff. And I heard the debate last night, and I appreciated the debate. I heard that we do need these extra meetings. And to sort of be consistent with my beliefs that we put a lot of extra meetings on ourselves. And I have a concern about that. So putting it on as an as-needed basis, we are sort of allowing for those extra meetings, but we're also allowing the opportunity for councillors that would like to serve on CAPS, an opportunity that they could look at that committee and not be overwhelmed by those meetings. And I think that's important. I don't think we should cut off opportunities for other councillors to sit on meetings. And the other part to that is that I do think it is difficult once we set dates in our schedule to take them off in respect to the community. I know I followed agendas and committee meetings, and it does get disappointing when they are canceled. But if we are warning the community that that meeting may be held, it gives them a little bit of preparation. So for transparency's sake and opportunities to allow other members to sit on this committee, I would ask you to support a friendly amendment. I do have a seconder here if needed.
So we'll deal with the amendment. The amendment is as required, if required? As needed. Okay. Okay, looking for a seconder. Seconded by the committee chair. Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Ridley. So let's just deal with that amendment first. And any speakers to the amendment? This is an addition of as needed.
I'll be brief. Because
I'll recognize Councillor Armstrong.
Sorry, Your Worship, the light came on and everything.
Go for it.
Your Worship, I guess the thing is, and I hope the perhaps the mover of this might consider an amendment, another amendment to, or an addition to her motion. The thing is, I see 12 p.m., and I see that 6, 7 times. Historically, our meetings most often are in the evenings so that the public can attend, number one. Number two, historically, this was supposed to be a part-time position, though we've sort of changed that a bit. Now we're not part-time, we're not full-time, we're other. We're other. And that's okay. I don't mind being other. But I guess the thing is other to me means meetings should, wherever possible, be consistent with our historical times for our meetings, which was 4 o'clock, 4:30, 5 o'clock, depending. So, Your Worship, having them at noon hour makes it very difficult for those who have 8:30, 9 o'clock to 4:30, 5 o'clock jobs. So that is a problem. And in the future, if we keep doing this, there are people out there who will never seek office because you've made it impossible for them to, for that opportunity to be compatible with having what is the traditional employment. And I recognize too that, our staff can't be too happy looking at the possibility of working many extra evenings. That's hard on them too, because many of them pull off a full day shift and then have to be here for evening meetings. So I hope that we can keep these to a minimum. So in any event, I don't know how the mover of this motion would feel about changing those 12 p.m. to 4 p.m. or 4 p.m. wherever possible.
Yeah, let's address that if we could, Councillor, and I know we talked about it yesterday as well. There are meetings already scheduled at 4 p.m. on those dates, and those are the only dates that that were deemed available. And so, as needed indicates that they'll be used only if required, and the 12 p.m. Time slots were identified for matters that wouldn't involve, for example, matters of great public interest, matters of public participation meetings, those sorts of things. So we did go through that yesterday during the committee meeting, and I think that, as the mover indicated yesterday, if it could be 4 p.m., it would have been, but those times just aren't available.
Again, Your Worship, you mean that we could only find dates where 12 o'clock would work?
We're pretty busy. And again, this was supported by the committee.
No, and
yesterday.
I appreciate that, and we had the discussion yesterday. But again, I just want to get my point out there. 12 o'clock lunch hour meetings, all those meetings. I mean, it's hard on people who have other things to do.
Well, he's working his way through his time, Deputy Mayor. So
yes,
I think
thank
we're all
you.
set.
No, I'm all done.
Good.
Don't need.
And so
if
you're done, I think you've made the point. You made it yesterday. You made it again today, and really, those are the times that were available. And we have meetings and board meetings, committee meetings all the way through the week. So, Councillor Usher, and I have no additional speakers at this time.
Very quickly, I just wanted to know that I would support this. I thought that this was implied, that that's exactly what it would be yesterday. I brought it up 2, maybe 3 times to make sure that it's only as needed. So I'm fully in support of this. Thank you.
Thank you. And so that's been moved by Councillor Hopkins, seconded by Councillor Ridley. Further discussion, Councillor Helmer.
Just for the benefit of my colleague who brought this forward, I want to explain why I'm going to vote against it, and I understand where it's coming from, good intentions. I consider all of our meetings to be on an as-needed basis, in the sense that if there's not material to discuss and we don't have to have a meeting, that we wouldn't. And I think it's easier to just put them in the calendar in the odd case where we're not going to need a meeting because there's not enough items on the agenda, which I don't see very often, frankly. I think it's very easy to cancel the meeting and move on. I'm going to vote against it just on that basis. I don't think it really matters a whole lot in the grand scheme of things. It essentially means the same thing, but just on principle, I can't support it.
Any additional speakers? Councillor Hopkins, if you want to sum up.
And I appreciate my colleagues' comments. We do this for strategic SPPC on an as-needed basis, and it seems to work fine for that committee, and I would urge my colleagues to support this.
Thank you. So I have no additional speakers. I'm going to call the question. Clause 10, or the amendment for Clause 10.
Closing the vote, and the motion carries 11-2.
And Deputy Mayor Hubert, 10 is amended. Thank you. If you can make that motion, please. Any discussion on 10 is amended? There are no speakers. Let's call the question. Voting.
Closing the vote, and the motion carries 12-1.
And Mr. Mayor, I'll put 11, 12, and 13 on. I think that takes care of that report. I'm sorry? Oh, so call 11, and then we'll call 12 and 13 after that. Yep, 11 separately. Yeah. Yeah.
We covered off 10A and B together. It was just, you had to scroll down the page. Yeah. Okay, 11's been moved. Any speakers? Let's call the question. We're voting.
Closing the vote, and the motion carries 12 with 1 recall.
And finally, 12 and 13.
Any speakers on 12 or 13? Okay, it'll be up momentarily. It's been moved by the Deputy Mayor, and are there any speakers? There are no speakers, so let's open that vote and call the question. Voting.
Closing the vote, and the motion carries 13-0.
Okay, colleagues, it's just approaching 9:30. We have some additional matters we need to deal with in camera before just closing out the agenda. And so I'd look for a motion to go in camera at this time.
Don't we have separate report 17 for SPPC?
We covered that one off. Yeah. so Deputy Mayor Hubert did 17 and then 18. So we're all set. Okay, so if we could just get a motion to go in camera, moved by Councillor Armstrong, seconded by Councillor Salee. All those in favor? Motion carries. Could be a while, could be, it's 9:30 now, it could be up to an hour or more that we're in camera, and we'll be out as quickly as we can. Okay, colleagues, thanks for all the work through this evening. We're back in public session for a good time, not a long time. We need to make an extension past 11 o'clock. I'll look to Councillor Salee.
Thank you, Chair. I will move a motion for an extension.
Proceed past beyond, 11 p.m., seconded by Councillor Van Holst. If you could do that on the system. Thank you. And moved and seconded. Any discussion? Let's call the question. We're voting. And then we'll look for a motion to go back into closed session.
Can you close it? Can you close
Oh, we have to close out and report out.
No, I just wanted to close the vote.
There we go.
It's passed.
Okay. Motion passes, and so we'll see everybody back in the committee room. Pardon me, we need a motion to go back into in camera. Councillor Hopkins, seconded by Councillor Morgan. Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? See you back in committee room. Thanks, everybody. Okay, colleagues. Just one moment. And colleagues, I'm going to declare a pecuniary interest on clause C1 of the 18th SPPC. And we'll now move our way through the reports here. We'll look to report out. We'll look to Deputy Mayor Hubert.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll report progress on a number of confidential matters that were subject to solicitor-client privilege and as were reported on the public agenda. But we have an added report here dealing with, this is the third report of council in closed session, and it goes as follows, that as a procedural matter pursuant to 2396 of the Municipal Act 2001, the following recommendation be forwarded to City Council for deliberation and a vote in public session, that on the recommendation of the Managing Director of Corporate Services and the City Treasurer, Chief Financial Officer, on the advice of the Manager of Realty Services, the following action be taken with respect to the lease of office space at 355 Wellington Street, known as City Plaza. The lease between the Corporation of City of London and IF PropCo Holdings, attached Schedule A, be approved. The financing for leasehold improvements associated with the lease in the amount of $850,000, representing fit-out costs of $2,050,000 less inducements of $1.2 million, be approved as set out in the sources. I think that's it. And okay, and that as a procedural matter pursuant to the same section, for deliberation and vote in public session, that on the recommendation of the city clerk, in recognition of achieving the highest scholastic achievement in their graduating year, the following students be awarded the 2016 Queen Elizabeth Scholarships in the amounts shown below. Emily Moyer of London South Collegiate Institute. This is newsworthy. 99.67%, a scholarship of $2,000. And Sung Ho Lee, aka Michael H. Lee, 98.67%, also from London Central Secondary School, a scholarship of $2,000. And congratulations to those students.
Keep your agenda handy. Thanks. Moved by Deputy Mayor Hubert, seconded by Councillor Van Holst. There's no discussion. Okay, I have no speakers, so let's open the vote and call the question. Voting.
Yeah, just one. Closing the vote and the motion carries 13-0.
Okay, we'll move now to deferred matters. There are none. Inquiries? Now's your chance. No inquiries. And of course, we already did emergent motions at the beginning of the meeting, so that brings us to bylaws. I understand there is one bylaw that we'll deal with separately because there's a pecuniary interest, and that is Bill 266. So let's deal with the balance at this time, and we'll deal with 266 upon dealing with this group. Okay, first reading of Bills 258 to 264, 267 to 298, and the addeds. Moved by Councillor Van Holst, seconded by Councillor Turner. Let's open that vote and call the question. We're voting.
Closing the vote and the motion carries 13-0.
And second reading will be up in a moment. Second reading, moved by Councillor Turner, seconded by Councillor Park. Any debate, any discussion? No speakers, so let's open that vote, call the question. We're voting.
Closing the vote, and the motion carries 13-0.
And third reading. Moved by Councillor Van Hol, seconded by Councillor Hopkins. Let's call the question. We're voting.
Closing the vote, and the motion carries 13-0.
We'll deal with Bill 265 now.
266.
Pardon me, 266. Go ahead.
265.
Go ahead.
Through Mr. Mayor, 265 has been pulled. We discovered after the fact that we actually had already repealed that bylaw some time ago, 1968. So it wasn't necessary. Yeah, it was a little while ago.
The Leafs didn't win that year. And they haven't since. Yeah, okay. So let's deal with Bill 266. Moved by Councillor Turner, seconded by Councillor Van Holst. Let's open the vote, call the question. We're voting. Second reading. Well, let's report out, I guess, and then we'll do second reading.
It carries 12 with 1 recuse.
Okay, second reading. Moved by Councillor Van Hol, seconded by Councillor Ridley. Do you want to speak to this?
Yes.
Go ahead.
This is a tip of hat to Mr. Barber because he never likes us just kind of whipping through this, always wants to make sure there's discussion between second and third reading. So as a last tip of hat to Mr. Barber, this is my discussion. I think those houses need to come down. I think it's a good move for the City of London.
All right. Thank you. Any other discussion? Let's call the question. We're voting.
Closing the vote, and the motion carries with 12 with 1 recuse.
Okay. And third reading, colleagues. Moved by Councillor Turner, seconded by Councillor Usher. Let's open that vote, call the question. We are voting.
And the motion carries 12 with 1 recuse, and the clerk's office thanks you for passing all of these before midnight so we don't have to change all the dates on the bylaws.
Well done. Okay, just before we call for adjournment, Councillor Morgan?
Yeah, I'll call this a point of information or whatever I need to call it to ask it. So we just passed bylaws authorizing a new procedure with respect to revealing information as soon as we possibly can on any ombudsman investigations of this council. I would, if appropriate, ask the clerk if there are any that we can make aware to the public.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, there are currently, we were advised by the Ombudsman's office that there are currently 2 complaints being investigated. One is a complaint alleging that the city held a closed meeting in May 2016 to discuss the appointment of the Integrity Commissioner, which did not comply with the open meeting rules under the Municipal Act. And the second is a complaint alleging that the city held a closed meeting on June 23, 2006 to discuss the Integrity Commissioner's report in violation of the open meeting requirements.
Great, thank you, and you'll post that publicly when you have a chance. Now that we've passed that bylaw, thank you very much for doing that, Clerk Saunders. Thank you, Councillor Morgan. Colleagues, any further discussion? Deputy Mayor Hubert has kindly moved adjournment, and I'd look for a seconder from Councillor Armstrong. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor? Thank you for a very long meeting. We covered a great deal of territory this evening, and have a good night.